I shaved my head for rounds like this. Pulled on my coat, took the clipboard kiss. The ward is full of broken code, and every hallway screams in load. I read the charts in the fluorescent hum. One patient pacing, one patient numb. Scars of honor, case to see. Can it survive this therapy? Open wide, let's take a look. Check the spine, check the book. Pulse goes weird when the lobby loads. Sweat on the tiles, pressure nodes. Scars of honor, hold still. Scars of honor, take your pill. Scars of honor on the bed. Live or die, what's in your head? Scars of honor, don't collapse, don't collapse, don't collapse. Scars of honor, can you last? I tapped the glass, I asked the crew, who let this boss room pass review? The healer blinked, the tank stood mute. The dungeon coughed in cheap boot loops. A dragon spawned with a broken grin. Half of the fight got lost within. Menace screamed like a nervous choir, and bugs marched in through the fire. Sedate the bugs, count the frames, write the note with all their names. If the server's shaking, the quest decay, that's a symptom, not a phase. Scars of honor, hold still. Scars of honor, take your pill. Scars of honor on the bed. Live or die, what's in your head? Scars of honor, don't collapse, don't collapse, don't collapse. Scars of honor, can you last? I've seen delusions in 100 halls, but this one trips on its own walls. If launch day comes with a fever chart, that's not a patch, that's a work of art. I mark the file, I stamp the page. Fit for release, needs one more cage. The verdict lands with the poker face. Put it on ice, then fix the play. Scars of honor, hold still. Scars of honor, take your pill. Scars of honor on the bed. Live or die, what's in your head? Scars of honor, don't collapse, don't collapse, don't collapse. Scars of honor, can you last? Scars of honor, chart the pain. Scars of honor, break the chain.
What up? What up, Filter? What up, Verse Jenkins? Why still? Eucharist, how you doing? How you fucking doing? What? That's for later. That's for later. That's for later. Right. I'm completely fucked. Right. No! I don't want to hear my own voice. That's disgusting. Ugh. Sickening. That's better. Right. I am all over the fucking place today. I am so fucking annoyed by my internet connection that's been fucking me up and down and sideways in the goddamn rain. Everything has gone wrong, and I have a fucking problem. I have a real fucking problem, right? Something is mentally wrong with me. Primarily because... give me a second. Primarily because... every time I miss a stream, I go into this weird downward depressive spiral. Something's not quite right in my fucking head. I need to get that shit sorted, because that's real bitch-made behavior. That's like real bitch-made behavior. What up, Wire? How you doing? But guess what? I managed to get everything working. That's what matters. That's what matters. I put some new shit on the stream today. I dealt with some technical issues. I've been playing a little bit of Scars of Honor with my fucked up internet connection, so I have a better fundamental understanding of exactly what the fuck is going on in this MMORPG. and whether it's going to be good or not. And today, before anything else, we're going to be going through all of the bullshit. We're going to be going through a little bit of a review. I might post it to the YouTube channel. I'm still trying to figure out if I will or not. I don't believe you post nudes. Well, you're never getting those. There's no camera that can capture how fat I am correctly. What the hell are you linking me, Filter? What is this?
Would this bow actually work? Look, any universe that decides to make someone's goatee out of spikes is going to be a little bit too...
Why the hell are you linking me this shit here? What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
But even, would this bow actually work? Look, any universe that decides to make someone's goatee out of...
Would what bow? Hold on. I'm all over the place here. Would that bow work? Fuck no. Those are swords.
Would this bow actually
work? What a
work?
stupid idea.
Any universe that decides to make someone's goatee out of spikes...
I'll tell you why. I'll give you an engineering reason why. Just quickly, right? It's because there's something called out-of-plane forces. When you try and bend a blade in the direction that it is most angled in, what happens is it's going to twist or turn out of plane, and it's not going to work the way it should. Now, if you turn the blade sideways, you could potentially maybe get it to be a really, really shitty bow that actually works. Oh, fuck. And that, great, the rain's back.
It's going to be a little bit too edgelordy for me. But even I can admit that a bow made out of blades is a cool idea. At least until you think about it for a second.
It's not going to work.
First off, the handles of the blade are on the outside, which seems like a decent way to attach the string, but that's a lot of mass to move every time you draw and release the bow, which means only a small amount of your draw is actually transferred to the arrow. But because it's got this weird handle on the side, every time you put any actual force through it, it's going to torque your wrist.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Out-of-plane forces. For anyone who's actually fired a bow and arrow, one of the problems is when you pull back on the string, if you fuck up, you get this nice big blister across your forearm if you're using a longbow or anything that's got any significant amount of force whatsoever.
Which means that no matter how strong Ollie is, he wouldn't get nearly as much power out of this as he could from a regular heavy bow. But that doesn't actually matter, because the blades are turned like this. A wide, flat blade like a sword or a machete does have some flex in it, but it's in this direction. So when they're assembled like this, pulling back on the string is only going to make them twist instead of actually, you know, doing what you want. But if you want to take them out and use them close up, you've got to either separately retrieve each blade or somehow drop the middle bit, which is in many ways just more awkward than carrying them separately. But that's the boring answer. A better question is, can we make it work? Because as I mentioned earlier, the blades do flex.
Yes, blades do flex. If you use it horizontally, you could make a really, really shitty bow. But guess what? This is the same problem that every engineer faces, is that a bunch of retards in management always ask you to make something do multiple tasks instead of doing one. Right? When you make something, if you design something to do one singular task and do it fucking well, then it'll do exceptionally. The second you try to make one thing do more than two things, then you fuck it up royally. You can look at the F-16 versus the F-35 for this, and what a royal fuck up of a plane that is, and all the issues that caused. It was a fucking nightmare. Your roof is made of sink plot. It is. It actually is.
So if it's turned in the correct plane, you could, in theory, launch an arrow. Which means that while it would still be rubbish, you technically could make a bow out of two blades.
Yes, and it would be dog shit, and it's a dumbass idea. And the second one of those blades, one of those weapons, those swords hits its out-of-plane deformation rate, it doesn't bend back. It doesn't go back to normal. It just stays in that regime forever, and you lose force. It's a fucking shitty idea. Now, anyway, back to what I was talking about. Right, we got some shit to do today. That was a weird distraction, Filter. That was a real weird distraction. Also, yes, Alarazul, you're 100% right. Guns are better. Just shoot someone. Just shoot someone. Blow big fucking holes in them. Don't worry about the rest of it. Right, today we got 3 things we got to go through. First, we're going to be doing a little bit of a mental diagnosis on Scars of Honor, seeing if it's mentally ill enough to survive as an MMORPG, right? I played this game off stream, you know, getting massive disconnections all the time, not because of the game, but because my internet sucks dick sometimes. Then we're going to take a little bit of a detour. We're going to take a look at some of the Guild Wars 2 recent ban waves, something I am intimately familiar with. Intimately. I wouldn't be surprised that these fucking retards at ArenaNet who are on the moderation team, they shoot from the hip first, and then when they get it wrong, they come up with another excuse as to why they're going to keep you banned. That's just how it is. Finally, we're going to go take another look at Final Fantasy. I'm going to keep going with my playthrough on that one. But in order to do this correctly, I think we need to get into character. I think we need to do this the right way. For you see, if we're giving a mental diagnosis, I think we need to do things in a way that makes the most amount of sense. Welcome inmates. The ward is now open. The mentally ill join us today to get their diagnosis. Today we have our first patient, so pay close attention. Because you see, what we're going to be looking at today is we're going to be looking at that MMO right over there. His name is Scars of Honor. Now, he came to us in an alpha state. Not a very good idea, and checking the patient notes here, we've got... Oh dear. It looks like these guys launched on Kickstarter. And Scars of Honor, when you launch on Kickstarter, that's not really a good sign. You see, usual diagnosis practice is that when you're looking at a game, MMOs in particular, when they launch on Kickstarter, they're usually a scam. They're usually a royal fuck-up. They're usually not that good, so but the diagnosis is not looking good already. But that's just a first glance. We're gonna go through all your problems. We're gonna see exactly what the fuck is wrong with you. But don't worry, Scars of Honor. It's not like you have zero chance of surviving whatsoever. Hold on, I got a door to close. Because you see, there is some hope here. There is a little bit of hope when it comes to Scars of Honor, because if we look at the medical charts, what you'll notice is that there is still a survival rate of MMORPGs that tend to come off of Kickstarter. Not a very high one, but there is one. Ashes of Creation royally fucked that up. Everyone thinks that, it's a cancer diagnosis, everyone's going to die, but that's not true. You see, Albion Online managed to survive. Technically speaking, there are other small MMORPGs that have come off of Kickstarter that have survived. So it's not like a fatality rate of 100% is something you can truly expect out of a game like Scars of Honor. But I gotta say, bud, oh fuck, diagnosis is looking rough on the first chance. You're looking terminal right now. I gotta say, with how much I've played you, the amount of time I've spent in you now, how little you have to show off in this alpha playtest, incredibly concerning. But that doesn't mean it's all pointless. So I think now we're gonna take a deeper look, deep into that MMO soul right there, and we're gonna find out exactly what the fuck is wrong with this piece of shit. And we're gonna answer the question: is Scars of Honor mentally ill enough to survive its alpha and all the way to full release? And this is just not on my end, this is on your end as well. Because you're gonna be giving me some fucking opinions. And if you manage to change my mind on certain things about Scars of Honor, I'll give you this. I'll give you this. For every time you guys manage to change my fucking mind, this is what's gonna happen. Yeah. Come on. Listen. Every single time. You guys managed to change my mind about what we see inside of Scars of Honor. We're going to be drinking a little bit of Daddy's karate water. Now then, let's get the fuck into it. I can't even remember what server I was on. I've tried several. Whoa, that's fucking loud. Woo, that's a loud one. Let's just dip that down a little bit. That was a bit of a loud one. That was a little bit of an ear screecher. Are we a chef today? No. This is the doctor's uniform. This is the diagnosis period for Scars of Honor, because we've got a few things to go through here, right? We've got a few things we're going to be looking at. I've actually written out some notes for this, believe it or fucking not. This is what we're going to be looking at, right? I've already told you a little bit about this patient's background. We're going to be looking at comparing this to, obviously, the biggest MMORPG to ever exist and survive, which was, obviously, EverQuest. No, World of Warcraft. Because I think that is the most apt analogy we can get out of this game, is comparing it to that, because it's desperately trying so fucking hard to be World of Warcraft when it doesn't need to be.
Doc, I get the diagnosis looks rough, but maybe don't cast it off just yet. There's more beneath the surface than first glance. If you give it a little line of credit, you might find it's not such a lost catch after all. Would hate to see it sink without a fair, real look.
Well, we're giving it a fair, real look, Lou. And unfortunately, I don't have no fucking money. Look around you. Look around you. Do you think that this is what the fucking mental ward would look like if I had any goddamn money? Huh? Look at this fucking mess right here. Look at this shit. We're working in the fucking government hospitals today. Scars of Honor has to survive all on its goddamn own. I ain't giving it no goddamn money. Fuck that. Now, I have played a fair bit of this fucking game. A fair decent amount of this off stream between my internet working and my internet not. So, one of these servers has certain characters on it that I worked on, that I played a little bit, that I tested out each of the builds.
JK was just making fishing puns.
I know you were. I know you were. Don't worry, Lou. Don't break character. Don't break character. It's fine. God damn, the rain's getting bad. Oh well, it's fine. So, this is obviously not the server I had my shit on. Let me find the right server here. Hey, what up? What up, General Apple? How you doing? Oh, very nice. Very nice. Shit me out back here. Problem 1. What the fuck is the code base you're using? And what are these decisions where it just automatically logs me out? What the fuck are you doing? Don't do this. Now I need to change scenes again so that you can't see my shitty password. Now then. Which one of these servers was it? It was one of these. One of these fucking servers had some characters on it. It wasn't this one. This was the one I did on stream. That's not the one that I did. And now it's gonna log me out again. Watch, it's gonna log me out. What the fuck is this code base? What are you doing, Scars of Honor? How does it take this long to get back to a login screen? No. Absolutely fucking terrible. Fuck it, I don't care. You can figure out the password if you want. Fuck it. So, it's not that one. It might be Chicago. Or it might be Amsterdam. I think it might be Amsterdam. We'll go top down because I'm just clicking random buttons here. No, it's not that one. So that's not the one. Fuck. I'm already fucking this up. I wanted to show you a specific character to indicate some points that we got here with some problems that we have with the alpha of Scars of Honor. This right here, though, that happening, absolute fucking disaster. Not Amsterdam. So it's not Amsterdam. It might be Frankfurt. It might be the Germans. There it is. Finally. Now, I'm going to show you some stuff about this game. We're going to go through this methodically. We're going to go through this piece by piece. I've got notes right here that I want to go through as to why I think that Scars of Honor doesn't have much fucking hope for the future. At least it doesn't restart your computer. Yet. I'm going to show you something. First problem you may have noticed. That told me that my character was level 19. My character is not level 19. My character has already hit the cap of level 20. Right? Now, first problem. First issue with this game right here. Also, Jesus, that's loud. There we go. Right. First problem with this game right here. What do you think this game is pretending, or at least trying to be? What game, based on the UI, based on the layout, based on the third-person character, what game do you think they are desperately trying to copy here? I skipped the character creator last screen. How is the boob and ass slider? Non-existent. Temu WoW. There you go. Temu World of Warcraft. I would not dare compare this to the beauty of Guild Wars 2. This game is trying its fucking hardest to be... hold on. Excuse me 1 second. I've just got to do something. Just give me a moment. This is incredibly important. Just give me a sec. Hold on. Where are you? Do you see that action can't be performed? Right? I've spec'd out this character with a specific build. And every fucking time you log back in, guess what? It resets your fucking build. What the fuck? This should be basic bitch shit. Right? This should be the most simple thing. Even for an alpha playtest, if you cannot get this right, you're kinda screwed. You're kinda fucked already. So, if they can't get that right, that's incredibly fucking concerning. If they felt brave enough to put this out in an alpha playtest, it's a big concern. Now, I'm going to show you the best part of this game, is this talent tree right here, right? A lot of options, a lot of detail, a lot of skill and talent went into making this. And you can come up with weird and wacky builds that do a bunch of wild shit if you play it right. Now, I'm going to show you one of my favorites. I call this the auto attack piece of shit. Everyone fucking hates you now. PvP build, right? We're just going to spec ourselves up. I'm going to show you exactly how this works. This is an infinite mana build. Go down there, go down there, go down there. And where else did we want to go with this? I believe from here, all we really want to do is we want to fill out endpoints. And we go there, and we go there, and we go there, and there we go. Now, I've spec'd out this build. Something you have to do every single fucking time you log into this game. Already incredibly frustrating, right? Now, well, I'm going to give you a fairness clause on this. Right, this game is in alpha state. This game has a lot to work on. And you might be able to tell this. Maybe your eyeballs don't work, but you might be able to tell this just looking at the screen right here. There are issues. There are a lot of issues. What we're not doing in this stream looks fine to me. Get your glasses. What's fine to me. What's okay is fine. There are bugs, there are issues, there are gameplay problems. That's all fine. This is an alpha playtest. You expect bugs, you expect problems, you expect visual glitches, you expect exploits. That's what's gonna happen. Now that I've specced out my character and that I'm somehow under the map, hiding away from people, let me just... Oh, look, there we go. That's better. Now then, let me show you something real special. Come back here. Come back here. You. Can you see this? I just specced out this character. Abilities don't fire off. You've given me a build. You've given me abilities. And the abilities don't fucking work. Now, when this does work, it is fantastic. When it doesn't work, it's a pile of burning dog shit and incredibly frustrating. So let me show you again. Now it does magically work all of a sudden. And then it goes back to not working. Why? Who the fuck knows? Bless of Exile looks crazy. It fucking does. It's fucking wacky. So, first thing you automatically want to compare this to is you want to compare this to WoW, right? This does not have the technical skill, capability, and stylistic decision to be World of Warcraft. Every time you use a tab targeting ability, there's a solid non-zero chance that it's just not going to fucking work at all. This playtest is a disaster, and I'll tell you why. When people do a playtest, when people look at a game like this, and they get access to the alpha playtest, guess what? They are judging your game. They are judging your game. Look at that. Again, abilities don't fire off. Right? So, you are getting your game judged whether you like it or not. Half of the fucking talents don't work. Half of the abilities don't do what they say they're supposed to do. None of this shit behaves like it should. And it is unoptimized as fuck. All expected. Right? Now let's take a look at the originality of the game. How original, out of 10, how original would you rate this game? Think about the visuals, think about the way the game plays, think about its intended playstyle. How original? 0, 2, or 3? It is a 0. It is hands down a 0. And that's actually fine. There is nothing wrong with that. There is actually wrong with having a completely unoriginal game. And I'll tell you why. Palworld is a completely unoriginal fucking game, and it's exceptional. It's brilliant. It's beautiful. Horrible. While the game client is built on Unity, the developers have stated they build their own proprietary server engine to handle specific needs of their MMO infrastructure. Well, that was a fucking mistake. They should have bought one instead of trying to build it out themselves. Because there are so many issues that they're going to be dealing with and patching bugs and fixing issues that's going to take away from actual development time. So, the game is unoriginal from a gameplay perspective. That's not bad. However, it doesn't innovate on old ideas, unfortunately. Which is a huge negative. A huge fucking negative for this game. I'm going to show you another build. One that does work most of the time. I'm just going to go down here. I'm going to do that. We need to get every single haste point that we can get. So, from a gameplay perspective... No, we don't need elemental. From a gameplay perspective, it's fine that your game isn't nearly as good or isn't original. It's fine that you're trying to copy World of Warcraft. What's not fine is that you've got no ideas or innovation behind it. And that leads to an identity disorder. That leads this game into the situation. Is this gonna work? No. No, it's not gonna work. Fuck. I'm gonna need to respec now. Again. This game is not a game. It's an Excel spreadsheet that you play here in the talent tree. That's what this is. And that's really fucking disappointing. That's really disappointing because you used to be, like yesterday, I used to be able to spam this ability. And it was the only thing that was keeping me playing for a while. Now, I can't even spam that fucking ability. Disastrous. Right, let me just do this. Do this, do this, do this. Cosmic spells. That's fine. Take out of this tree. We'll throw it up here. And is there any others that make the cosmic orb faster? I don't think there are. I don't remember there being anything else that does. That's just kind of what you're stuck with. Disappointing. Very disappointing. But it is alpha. I know. It is alpha. It is alpha. PoE 2 has a big reveal stream for next patch. Yeah, I'll probably take a look at that. Now, from an identity standpoint, this is my problem with this game. It has no fucking identity of its own. It's trying so hard to be World of Warcraft that it doesn't understand that it doesn't need to be World of Warcraft. Every time you tab target an enemy and you fire off an ability, there's like a 50% chance that it's not going to work. However, when you use the AoE abilities, all of a sudden, it works. What this game needs to do is it needs to stop trying to be World of Warcraft and start trying to be third-person PoE. That's the issue with it, right? So now, let me go through some combat. Let me show you some stuff when it comes to the combat, right? So, we've got a young, tight little boy somewhere hiding around here. Where is he? Where is he? Another issue. The server tech needs work. Big work. Somewhere around here is a guy. Let's just go ruin his fucking day. Is he down here? There he is. Action cannot be performed. Oh, did they make changes to the PvP? It looks like they actually changed out the PvP. Look at this. I can no longer attack other players. Yeah, fuck off. The fuck out of here. You can no longer attack other players. Good change, because I was griefing the shit out of people yesterday. Good idea. You have to type /PvP now. Okay. Interesting. I'm actually fairly impressed that within the space of a day they got that fixed. That's a good point. That's a plus on their side. Well done to them. because I was griefing the royal shit out of a bunch of people doing that. So, good on them. Well played by them. Good for them. Now, what do I think about the class fantasy, the feel, and the responsiveness of the game? Class fantasy, barely there. You need to more uniquely and specifically get your fucking abilities working, because when you do have your abilities working, and they do function, if you look at this side of the mage tree, this is turning the mage into a tank right here. This here turns you into an AoE monster. This over here turns you into a single target DPS that works really, really fucking well. You have all the class identity components. However, none of them fucking work half the goddamn time. If you're gonna give people the game to play, give them only the shit that works. And when it comes down to the combat of the game, I think they need to move away from the idea of a tab targeting system whatsoever and go full action combat. This game works way better as an action combat game. I mean, look how well this works by comparison, right? I've rooted the enemy, I throw a bomb out there, the bomb half disappears. Not that great. Very fucking stupid. But the second I tab target, shit starts getting weird half the time. Don't do that. I wonder how much of this game was vibe coded. A large proportion of this game may very well have been vibe coded because it feels very fucking janky at a lot of points in time. Right. Now let's talk about the quests. This game has quests that people can test out. Now, yesterday when I was testing this out, half of the quests don't fucking trigger. Half of the quests don't actually do anything that they're supposed to do. Because when you talk to certain NPCs, they give you the quest, they may give you an item for the quest, and then the quest doesn't fire off. And you're stuck there with a quest log with shit like this that you just can't finish off. Bad design. Bad idea. Don't give me those quests in. If they're not ready for testing, then don't give me those fucking quests. Half your quests did work. Just give me those ones. There is no need, no desire, no necessity for you to give me shit that doesn't work. An alpha playtest is already assumed to be a very small subsection of the game where you're just testing things out. You're getting bug reports back from players. Your quests, why do half of them work and the other half not? It's already trying to look like Smite might as well play like it. I mean, Smite plays better than this, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Now, on to the brain activity, the neural activity you require to do a quest. Tell me something, real quick. What is the quest that every single MMORPG has had in it for over 2 decades now? Also, yes, floating trees. All over the map. Doesn't matter. Kill 10... Yes, there you go. Kill 5 boars. Kill 10 bears. Get 10 bear asses. Come back to me. Go out there, kill some shit, come back. That's not a very interesting gameplay loop. That is not something you want in a game that is trying to make itself stand out. Let's just kill this NPC because I can. Big fucking problem with that. Will you die in one hit? No. On that note of kill 10 bears to get 10 bear asses, what is the other quest that has been inside of MMORPGs for the last fucking century? If kill 10 bears to get 10 bear asses is the one quest you get all the time, what is the other one? Deliver a letter? That fair? Fair. That's a close one. escorts. No, those ones are they've been frustrating, but they haven't been prevalent throughout MMORPGs. Gather quests. There you go. You've got the kill quests and you've got the collect quests. Now, earlier when I was playing this game, there's a quest that asks you to get a fish scale. And you've got two things you can gather the fish scale from. The large fish ponds, or you can get in a group and fish together in a group and try and get them from the monstrous size fish ponds, like fish spawns, right? I spent 3 fucking hours looking for a single fish scale. 3. Just looking for one single fish. I filled the fucking bag with fish. I had to dump shit out of my goddamn bag, out of this thing right here, just to make space to try and fish more. And I'm sorry, but when it comes to MMORPGs, if you are defaulting back to kill and collect quests all the time, your gameplay loop has to be fucking exceptional. And unfortunately, in this game right here, in Scars of Honor, it's just not. It's just not. They need to work on their gameplay to make it interesting enough that you will do kill and collect quests that are actually enjoyable and playable and fun to do. Or they need to come up with better quests that are more interesting and unique than what we've been dealing with for the last 3 to 4 decades.
Are you saying this game has quest items only obtainable from fishing? 10/10. Innovation Award. Game of the Year.
Yes. Yes, you need to do the collect quests. Now let's see if they fix the bug. Oh, whoop. We have someone here who's in PvP. Where's this guy? Is he down here? Oh, that's just a massive boss fight. That's just a boss fight there. Ah, fuck it, I won't kill them. Oh, oh, fuck. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die for this. Yep, there we go. Their spawn's also fucking insane. They keep on overspawning enemies. And if you're gonna overspawn enemies, I don't actually think that's a bad... Like, I wanted to talk about this later, but it's actually perfectly fine. I think what they should do is they should overspawn the shit out of enemies, right? And when they overspawn the shit out of enemies, they should give you the Path of Exile kind of style of doing things. Another issue. What do you think what the fuck do you think's going on here? Why is everything invisible to me right now? Why put this in the alpha playtest if I cannot even see what the fuck is going on? Schizophrenia, desync. These guys have a lot of server issues. I'm hoping that they get better servers later on. But right now, too many server issues. That's like stock standard. You've got to have that functional enough that people actually want to play your game. Fuck away from me. Too much stuff to render, maybe? Does this look like a high graphical intensity game? Does this look like a game that should have issues with graphical intensity? Personally, if this was a beta, a lot of your complaints I would agree with, but this is a tech alpha, unlock Ash. This is my problem, Moonstone. An alpha is the exact right time to be as highly critical about something as possible, right? And I'll tell you why at the end, right? People generally want to use the excuse a lot of the time that this game's in alpha, you shouldn't worry about it, this is obviously going to get fixed, blah, 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 blah. Does anyone remember Ashes? Does anyone remember the New World alphas? Does anyone remember the New World betas? Does anyone remember when anyone ever launches a game early for people to play? Do you know what happens? Whether you like it or not, as a game dev, people take a look at your game and they make a judgment call. They make a decision. They go out of their way to judge the game. And you know what? They're not wrong in doing so. And you should shit on a game like this, because then these devs have the opportunity to fix that issue, to fix that fucking problem. It's more important that they get bad feedback and horrible fucking feedback than they get good feedback. Now, where's this quest? Let's see if they fixed this one, or whether this is the same issue that they were facing non-stop. I believe the quest marker's down here. Alpha should be milestones in development. Alpha should not be out in alpha state because it's going to turn people off your game. Does this work? No. This quest still doesn't work. Why did you put this in the alpha if this doesn't work? Every other quest, or most, like 90% of the quests, work. This one does not. Still bugged, still doesn't do anything, still doesn't function. Shouldn't have put this in the alpha. Leave this out. This was completely unnecessary. You didn't need to have this in the alpha. Now let's take a little bit of a look at the UI of this game, right? The UI of this game is not that bad. It's really not, right? You got your abilities sitting right here. You got your map up there. Standard MMO affair. Nothing really that bad. Nothing that weird. Everything in the UI functions correctly as far as I've seen. None of the tabs have wonked out or done some weird shit. None of that is odd, right? But that's not the problem here. The problem is that if you're going to have a UI and you're going to put abilities in the UI, make sure that the abilities actually function as intended or leave them entirely out. People are bright enough to understand that if this is an alpha playtest and certain things aren't going to work, you should just chop it out. Leave it out. Leave it out. Leave it out entirely. Bugs are fine in alpha, but you can't just have everything unfinished and broken. You absolutely can't. But it's not like absolutely everything is unfinished and broken. It's just got these weird things where it gets you into this mode where everything's working fine and you think it's going to work the way it's intended to work, and then it just doesn't all of a sudden. Which is a very, very strange bug to be dealing with. It's a very, very strange issue. Right? Now, one of the things that a lot of people say is you can't judge a game because it's an alpha. You can't. You cannot judge a full product based on an alpha released. But what you can judge is you can judge the direction that the game is heading. You can judge what kind of game this is trying to be. You can judge where this game is going. And right now, I think they need a lot more fucking work on their game direction than anything else. And I'll tell you why. This game right here is trying to be too many things at once. It's trying to be an MMORPG. It's trying to have ARPG systems and mechanics. It's trying to be a game with a unique fishing and crafting system and all of that shit. Fix one problem. That's it. Pick your game direction and your goal. That's it. Fix your gameplay and then build everything after that. What I truly believe that this game should be is third-person Path of Exile. This game would bang so fucking hard if you increased the mob density, you took away the tab targeting system, you made everything a hit registration system, and you just went full Path of Exile and made this third-person Path of Exile. That would make this game interesting enough to play. The problem that they have with doing the tab targeting system that's been done over and over again non-stop for fucking hundreds of years in the MMORPG space is you end up falling into this category where you have to have the player ask the question, why would I play this game over another game that does the exact same thing? Why would someone stop playing Guild Wars 2 to come play this game? Why would someone stop playing Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, or anything else to come play this game? That's what I mean when I'm talking about direction. They are copy-pasting all the old systems and mechanics from other games that are already doing that better. Alpha needs to be a taste of what you want with your game. Not everything, but the thing you want to show in the state, just make it work. Yeah, look, you don't have to have everything. This could have been an alpha that was half the fucking size of this, and it would have been perfectly fine. And just chop out all the shit that didn't work. Check DMs for a TLDR of this game review. I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Right. Now, onto the crafting system. I actually kind of like this crafting system. I'm gonna be honest, it's not bad. It's not bad. I think this is a fun, skill-based crafting system of how good are you at clicking the right button at the right time. I like this system. They need to expand this out. And they also need to fix this issue. Let's see if it does exactly what I expect it to do. Right, so we're going to craft a wand. Nice and simple, not overplayed. You've got some interactivity. It's a unique little twist on the crafting system. It's not just a bar that fills up in the background. Now, guess what? I crafted a wand, right? But if you looked in the bottom right corner over there, it didn't craft the fucking wand. It just shit the materials back out at me. It didn't fucking do the thing I told it to do. This is a good system. And that bug, completely acceptable. Understandable. Have a nice day. But the crafting systems I don't actually have a problem with. I don't actually have a problem with the crafting system. So yeah, let's see if we can do a quick craft on something that does actually work. Hold on. Let me just get back to this menu. Let's go back to the top here. Where's that goddamn sword? The one thing that does work in the crafting system is the fucking longsword. And I don't have the copper to do it, right? But I've basically showed you the crafting system. It's okay. This is okay. The crafting is fine. The cooking systems with the buffs, perfectly fine. The alchemy system, good, fine, fantastic. All of that is good. It's got a unique little twist on it. I don't have a fucking problem with that. But you need to get your gameplay goddamn fucking perfect. Because this is how every single MMORPG works, whether game devs wanted to or not, right? There is gameplay. There is interactive elements. There's your lore and story. And then, at the bottom of that, is your graphics. Gameplay is king, no matter what. If you get your gameplay right, and everything else sucks ass, you can fix those problems. These guys, their interactivity systems are the best that I've seen so far. Lore and story, can't really judge. It's an alpha test. We don't know how big the world is. We don't know how big the story is. We don't know the elements to it. We've just seen a few text markers. That's it. There's something about the Demon King and them saying that he's dead and others saying that he's not. Blah, 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 blah. That's fine. None of that's fine. And your graphics are in a perfectly acceptable state as they are. You've got some jank, you've got some visual errors, you've got some problems that occur, but that's not really a big issue. What these guys need to do is they need to look at nothing else but their fucking gameplay and make this game into a great fucking direction. And they have the time to do that now. Because this game is currently in an alpha state. That's it. That's all they gotta do. Fix your fucking gameplay direction. Pick a target. Fuck with nothing else but the gameplay direction. Fix that. Get that down perfectly. And then you can worry about everything else. Now, you get on to the other problem with this game. The one that you've already mentioned, Eriton. What about the soul? What about the feel of this game. Does she feel good on the inside, or does she have light bulb pussy? You know what light bulb pussy is? Entrance is nice and tight, and there's just a cave hiding behind that, and you can't feel the goddamn thing. Currently, this game is a light bulb pussy, right? On first impression, when you first start doing things, you're like, it's okay. Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. But then you start going through the combat loops. You start going through every little combat encounter. And it gets dull real fucking quick. It gets bland ultra fast. That's an issue. They need to fix that. That's why I keep on hammering down on the idea that these guys need to fix their gameplay. That is the most important element of this. And then there's one more element. One more issue that this game has. And I want to see if you can spot what it is. It's a question. Let's see if you... What are the questions you currently have? I'll answer them right now. I'll answer every fucking question you have about this game and what I've seen so far. Because guess what? There is one question that's been burning in the back of my fucking mind the whole time I've been playing this. And I think it's the biggest one that needs an answer to it. But let's see if you've got any questions first about all of this and what you're seeing. Lore. No. Lore, they might have that worked out. They might have a story figured out. Kind of hard to judge that part of the game on an alpha playtest. Where are the tall mommies? Very fundamentally good question. There are no tall mommies aside from the one furry character female bear who's got abs that you could fucking shoot a tank missile at it and the fucking thing would just break the missile. Where's all the ERP that's in Final Fantasy XIV? The large burning question I have for this game, beyond anything else, is what is the long-term reason that anyone would have to care about this game beyond a few weeks of playing it and deciding it is or isn't for them?
Fluorescent light tube pussy is my best fit.
You should try Fusebox light pussy. Much smaller and tighter. It's crazy. It's wild. What is the long-term... I can't answer this question because I can't figure it out. What is the long-term reason that people would care about this fucking game? Where is the long-term pull as to someone wants to play this game and they'll play it not for 10 hours, not for 50 hours, but for thousands of hours? Long-term side piece to Guild Wars 2, like how Guild Wars 2 used to be the side piece to my WoW. I'll tell you why that doesn't work out so great. That doesn't work out so great, primarily because if you played Guild Wars 2, if you played World of Warcraft, if you played Final Fantasy, if you played any of those games... Sky have his PvP on? No. Man, everyone turns PvP off the second they get that option. The long-term issue with this game is if you play a game like Guild Wars 2, if you play a game like World of Warcraft, and you switch over to this game, you're going to be like, what the fuck are these control schemes? What the fuck is this weird-ass tab targeting? I'm having difficulty clicking on someone, and I keep on clicking on the wrong mob. What the fuck are you supposed to do with that? The second you play another MMORPG, especially the long-term ones, you're going to feel a lot worse playing this game. That's the problem. Other games have their issues. Other games have problems. Stop hitting me. Fuck off with that. Ugh, now I'm going to die for this. That's fine, I'll die. Right? There is no long-term pull and drive to want to play this game. Especially if you've played other MMORPGs. And that's a big fucking concern. It looks like it's designed for mobile crossplay. I'll tell you why I don't think that's the case, Kotabe. The control scheme and the tab targeting is not automatic, right? If someone starts hitting you, you don't auto-lock onto that person. You don't have systems where you have to manually lock onto everything. And unless they've got a specific button that they're going to be using when it comes to a mobile version of this game, it's not going to work out great on mobile. It's just not. So either they fix the tab targeting, or they abandon it entirely and make this a better version of third-person Diablo 4, or like a jank version of Path of Exile 2. That's their best option moving forward, right? So, I've spoken a little bit about this. How do we fix this game? How do we fix this game? You don't need to fuck with the UI. I don't know anything about your lore story and background. That doesn't matter. We don't know how big this entire map is, or if this is just the entire map, or whether there's something outside of this, or whether there's other lands, or whatever the fuck is planned. So, it doesn't really matter. Can't really judge that one. Fix your abilities. Fix your interactions with things. And let me show you something. Let's see if I can get this to fire off. I want to show you something that happens with your spells. Right? Laser beam. Laser beam disappears, but the bar is still going and I'm still doing damage. Your visual indicators for a game like this need to be so fucking clear and so on point that it is undeniable for anyone to know what the fuck you're doing as a character. You have the visual clarity. Now you just need to have the visual consistency that goes with it. Laser thing could be lag too. It's not. It's not. I've tested this. I've seen other people do this. I've watched other players have that thing vanish. That is not a thing. It's the animation for the laser beam doesn't match up with how long the laser beam actually lasts. That's the issue here. So again, laser beam vanishes. If I fire off an ability from really far away, it disappears halfway through the air. That's a minor problem. That should be like that should take less than a day to fix with what they've got, right? So, overall, do I think this game has a future? Do I think that this game can go somewhere? Let's put it this way. Overall, Scars of Honor, you're not actually that bad, particularly for an alpha playtest. You're really not. You're really not that bad. You've got a chance here. Your survival rate is non-zero currently. I am most worried about the direction you are taking this game in. I am most concerned about everything else that you are focusing on, aside from getting your gameplay down to a fucking T. Getting it flawless, getting it perfect, getting it to a state that is undeniably exceptional. You have your points, but this isn't just a flaw in a new game. It's a flaw in many games. The siege projectiles in World vs. World can disappear. Yes, it is. But I'm not judging Guild Wars 2 right now. I'm judging this game. And if it's a problem in Guild Wars 2, they need to fix that shit as well. What I can say about Scars of Honor, ultimately as a game, is you've got a neat little game that's got a lot of problems, which is better than having a problem with a few neat little things in it, right? This game has a chance at surviving, but it needs a lot more fucking work. Apparently, they're thinking of launching this game in Q4 of this year. Or it might be 2027. One of those two. This game needs to go back into the oven for another 2 to 3 years of development, and you could make something fucking exceptional out of this. This game can be something. But right now, it's just not going to be. That's my biggest issue. So final diagnosis on this. You have a non-zero chance of survival, Scars of Honor. You can do this. The fact that you're an indie MMO studio and that you've actually made a product that is working and you've got it into an alpha playtest gives me some fucking hope that you guys can actually build this out into something. But you've got a lot of fucking work to do. What I'm going to recommend to the devs who have zero reason to listen to another internet retard is this. Every piece of negative feedback that you get about this game is something you log in a gigantic file. You look at all of it. You throw out the shitty comments that don't actually matter. You look at the complaints that have something to do with your game, and you just put your head down and you fucking work like an animal. Every single good comment you get, everything that people like, completely fucking ignore it. Don't look at that shit until after you've launched the game and the game is in a really, really good state. Because right now, you've got too many problems to survive more than a month. This game needs to go back into the oven. Ah, yes, the German cooking stratagem. Yes, it does. It does. It needs to go to Auschwitz for a little while. It needs to go to a camp to learn how to concentrate. Just for a little bit longer. And maybe it'll get somewhere. So, overall, this game has a chance. I can't fucking believe I'm saying that. But what I'm really concerned about is this always happens. This always fucking happens when it comes to MMORPGs. It's always the game has potential and then it never fucking lives up to it. When was the last time you saw a game come off of Kickstarter that actually lived up to its potential? The one case I can think of is Albion Online. That's it. That's the only one. Everything else needs work. Every other component of this fucking game needs work. Ashes of Creation. Oh, fuck off. That's not an MMO. That's a scam. That one's dead. They need to fix this. They can fix this. And I don't think they will. Because I'm a cynical fuck about this, and that's what concerns me. It's like having an alcoholic in your family who just got a liver transplant. You know that they're just going to start drinking again and fuck that new liver up and kill themselves. It's a no for me. Other games do it better. It needs one thing that sets it apart from MMORPGs. Yes, I 100% agree. This game is a small indie MMORPG dev team. They don't need to build everything else. They need to build one unique system that keeps its players around and nothing else. Build something that is undeniably different and unique from every other MMORPG out there. Double down, triple down, quadruple down on that system. And then worry about everything else. So its overall diagnosis, it's generic. It's doing the same thing that MMOs have done for the last 3-4 decades, since the dawn of MMOs. And right now, I would give this an experience of 3 out of 10. And that is still, that is not like I'm judging this as a full game. I'm judging 3 out of 10 as the direction of where this game is currently going. I hope I can come back to this. I hope that 6 to 10 months from now, I can come back to this, try this game again, and it's completely fucking different from the state it's in now. Do I think that's going to happen? Nah, probably not. Probably fucking not. So final diagnosis, you're not getting anywhere. It's unstable, but promising. But guess what? Every fucking MMORPG that comes off of Kickstarter is usually unstable, but promising. And it gets nowhere. That's my biggest issue with your fucking game. So fix the fucking game. Fix your gameplay loop. That's it. Fix it. Make it something unique. Stop trying to bite off of old MMORPG fucking systems and just make a game that does something unique and interesting and then build from there. That's it. Now you can tell me, what do you think? What do you think about the direction of this game out of 10? What would you give this game overall as a direction out of 10 from what you're seeing right now, what would you rate this game? 0 out of 10. That's fair. That's fair. Unstable and promising. Yeah, that's every kid who was above average but went nowhere. Timu, wow out of 10. Also fair. Also fair. 6, 7. Should have seen that coming. Meh out of 10. Yes. Meh out of 10 is probably the most accurate rating I can give for this fucking game. And it's a real shame. It's a real fucking shame. And so I think this game's going to launch. This is just my prediction. I think this game's going to launch and it's going to die. And I don't want it to die. I really don't want it to die. And the last thing I think you've all been thinking about this the whole time is there's only really one last thing to say about this game before we move on.
Are these the graphics?
I think that's the only thing we need to worry about. Now then, let's fucking move on. Let's fuck off and move on. Alright, let's just update this on Kick over here. Alright, let's just change the category real quick. And then we'll worry about the next thing. The next issue we gotta deal with today. So, you guys in the Discord. To be fair, this looks better than Guild Wars 2. I don't think so. I kind of like the graphical style of Guild Wars 2. And that's a fantastic transition. Thank you very much for making that real nice and easy on me. It turns out that today we've got another problem to deal with, huh? You guys lost your shit in the Discord over this. It looks like Guild Wars 2. DM4 some. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me, Keldon. Thank you for reminding me. Let's quickly go through your summary here. Man, what a summary. What a summary. What a great way to describe what we're seeing right now. Full summary, God, what deep research you do sometimes, Khaldun. Fuck me. I don't know how you get all this information and how you get a hold of it, but holy fuck, you're real good at it. You're real good at it. It's impressive. But aside from that, you guys have... let's move on. Enough shitting on Scars of Honor. I kind of feel bad about shitting on an indie dev team. I'll be honest, they're trying to pour their heart and soul into it, but I think they could do better. I really think that they could make that game something. We're going to do a quick little detour now, because it turns out you guys have been losing your fucking shit over something that's been happening in Guild Wars 2. That's Louis Rossman. Listen, Louis Rossman's never talking to me. It turns out that a new ban wave is occurring inside of Guild Wars 2. Am I surprised by this? Absolutely fucking not. Because I've now figured out exactly how Guild Wars 2's ban waves work. What Guild Wars 2 does is they fire off a ban, right? They refuse to change their mind. If there is enough of a fucking public outcry, then they change their decision. If there is no public outcry, or if there's not a wave of people complaining, they don't give a fuck and they will find a way to justify their decision no matter what, so that they don't have to do more work by unbanning people. And let me show you something. I want to show you something. I saved this for the stream. The levels of sheer fucking spite that the Guild Wars 2 ArenaNet team has for me. Now, I have been banned from all ArenaNet products. I have been banned off of Twitch because of ArenaNet. Permanently. I got blocked on the Guild Wars 2 Twitter. And I was thinking about doing a thing where I was going to try out Guild Wars Reforged. But that's not happening either. These guys are so fucking spiteful that some piece of shit ArenaNet mod went out of their way to not just ban me on the Guild Wars account, but to go into Guild Wars Reforged and ban me there too, and block me there too. The levels of spite that you will find in Guild Wars 2 moderation is unfucking believable. Did it involve an AR on the number 15? Yes, it did. There is no degree of spite that the ArenaNet moderation team will not sink to if they do not like you as a person. And keep in mind, I tell spicy jokes. My spicy joke was Googling the ArenaNet headquarters and then Googling how easy is it to get an AR-15, right? That's exactly what I did. I do absurdist humor. I do that all the time. That's why if you look at the beginning of my stream, there's a fucking terms of service right there. That's why I put that there, so that people aren't so fucking retarded that they don't understand that this is absurdist humor. On a first offense, I am the first person to be fully banned off of all ArenaNet products for out-of-game behavior. I didn't say anything mean in the chat. I didn't grief people. I didn't do any of that. I made a fucking joke. One joke. Think about the degree of spite that comes down to. So that's just a little preamble to make you understand what the Guild Wars 2 ArenaNet team is like. And also, when it comes to Twitch, I've had some conversations with them, and they've told me, look, you can reapply after June, right? They might not give me my own channel back, but they may allow me to reapply to Twitch so that I can stream over on that platform as well. But it's just the opportunity to reapply. It's not a guarantee. That's what they've said. So for the one time that the community spoke out against Jessica Price, there are 25,000 more Jessica Prices working at ArenaNet. That's why it takes them so long to respond to anything. Because they don't want to be wrong and they believe that they're never wrong about anything. Shut up until June. No. I'm too autistic to do that. But right now, this is what's happening in the ArenaNet community right now. GM Awakened Golem. Hello. This character's name is in violation of our naming policy. Plague Overload. Really? Really? That's the people you're banning? The guy whose name is not even fucking offensive? What? What the fuck are they doing over at ArenaNet? What crack are they fucking smoking? I don't understand. If you want to make the argument that I got banned for a specific reason, fine. You want to say my joke was too on the edge, you want to say it's too spicy, you want to say all that, fine. Okay. But this guy didn't even fucking do anything. He just had a character named Plague Overload. And as far as I'm aware, isn't there like a build that you can do inside of Guild Wars 2 with the Necromancer that's just around like dots and shit? What the fuck? Maybe that was his character. Make it make sense to me. Awakened Golem also talked to me about an issue in Guild Wars 1. They basically told me tough luck. Yeah, of course, because they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen. The Guild Wars 2 moderation team runs Guild Wars 2 now. ANET is run solely by the bitches who whine and shit and piss and cry at ArenaNet. And they're ruining the fucking game. You want to know why you don't get interesting Guild Wars 2 content on YouTube? You want to know why all the streamers are so fucking bland and so scared to say anything? It's because they will ban you if your name is fucking Plague Overload. What's wrong with the name? ANET seems to have an issue with diseases as names. A friend of mine had Chronomancer for his Mesmer back in 2020. Sadly, he had to rename it. Wait, Coronamancer. Really? Fucking really? That's not even taking a stance on whether Corona was good or bad or what side of the political aisle you fall on that shit. What little fucking bitches. If I saw this guy's name in-game, I would have a good laugh. I would think this is a fantastic community. Everyone's got a great sense of humor. But no. No. Turns out, no. You're not allowed to fucking do that. You're not allowed to have fun when it comes to Guild Wars 2. What if he was talking about the beer? Yeah, what if he was talking about the beer? Corona is a widely used word long before coronavirus was named. That's true. I know Guild Wars is old games, but coronaviruses are always are way older than Guild Wars. SARS, COVID-19, blah blah blah. Okay, they're just going into the specifics about virology. That's fine. Did he also get a 3-day account ban? Awaiting the renaming of the half necro traits. So if you named your character, if you happen to be Spanish and you named your character Negromancer, you're in trouble as well, probably. These guys are so fucking full of themselves that they will ban you for nothing. And before people start making dead eyes with variations of the name Anne Frank. Oh, look at that. Look at that. The kick AI is kicked in and now it's fucking shitting on people. Check the comment from Jabron. Okay, I have to fucking... This is insane people behavior. Hello, we have reviewed this incident and confirmed our initial findings. Our decision to suspend this account is final. This guy got fucking... He got suspended over his fucking name. Plague Overload. Oh no. Oh fucking no. Check the second one. Hello. We apologize for the previous responses. You know why this happened? Because they knew the only reason, I'm going to tell you this now, the reason why this second message happened was purely because they knew there was going to be a public outcry. And if there was going to be no public outcry, they would have gotten away with it. These fucking rats would have gotten away with this. Yeah, 3 times. Hold on. Either power-hungry mods or a brain-dead AI. If you've got a brain-dead AI that keeps on posting our decision is final with no review, then you've got a retarded team for hooking that up anyway. Uh-oh, someone got bonked for the Reddit thread. What do you mean? The account was reviewed again and we have removed the restrictions placed on it. If you have any... The only reason they reversed this decision... This is why I say... Guild Wars 2 is so full of fucking shit that unless there's a public outcry on anything, they will never change their mind, no matter how retarded their decisions are. These are the guys that ruin this game. These are the guys that are taking like the entire world of Guild Wars 2 and wiping their fucking ass with it. We reviewed it, and our decision is final. Fuck off. Oh, oopsie doopsie. Haha. What fucking idiots. I've seen people mentioning that weird things have been happening for about a month with their supports and account reviews. It's probably AI. They're probably using an AI to deal with these things, and the AI is so fucking like retarded that it doesn't know what it's doing, and so its default message is we've reviewed this, which they never do. They never actually review the incident, and then they just say the decision's final. I know because I got this exact message from Guild Wars 2. I know that. That's a template message that they just shit out at everyone. What an absolute shit show. I'm glad someone came to their senses eventually, but Jesus, fucking morons. All of them are fucking morons. Hello, we've reviewed and confirmed our initial findings. Our decision to... See? See? It's a standardized message that they shit out at people. If only ArenaNet, NCSoft didn't constantly fucking fire people that have people to do shit instead of AI. You know what's really funny about the idea of ArenaNet using AI is if you look in their terms of service, they specifically say you must never use AI with their product whatsoever, or they will ban you if they find out it's you. So you're not allowed to use AI, but these guys will use AI. Report that GM for his name Frosting Flakes is sexual. Yeah, why isn't he banned? What the fuck? It's the same thing. Hello. Character's name is in violation of our naming policy. Widowmaker. Really? Widowmaker. The Overwatch 2 name. The name that was in Unreal Tournament. Widowmaker. That's the fucking name? They'll get you fucking shit out for a 7-day suspension? What fucking morons. What retards. Kiko Live, what the fuck is that? What the hell? Okay, well, good for kick bounties. I don't know what that is. I think that's part of their bounty program system. That's not a bot. That's just a thing that they do now. The vernacular for an old shotgun model. Yes. These guys are so up their own asses about being right all the time that it is completely unsurprising that they will ban you for whatever they feel like banning you for. The levels of spite, the pink-haired, retarded fucking Karens working at ArenaNet's moderation team are ruining the game. And it's going to keep happening. This is not the first time this has happened. Gentlemen, this will not be the last time this happens. It's gonna happen again. And this guy's comment right here is incredibly fucking important. They will ban you for your name. They will ban you for making a joke. They will ban you for messaging someone in the game. But they won't deal with the PvP bots and the AFKers. They won't deal with the actual problems that the game has with the botting systems in the background. Just came back from editing Wino Scars of Honor because the short answer is it's because it's generic. It's real fucking generic. It's got a lot of problems to it. I hope they fix it, but they probably won't. Beautiful, isn't it? It keeps fucking happening. The ArenaNet moderation team is an active detriment to Guild Wars 2. You may have heard about or been affected by some forced rename issues that have included suspensions. These were not intended, and ANET will be reaching out to affected people and restoring names where appropriate. Over the past few days, a small number of character names, a small number, yeah, give us the actual number, why don't you fucking pussy? Character names were sanctioned in error as part of a routine review. Our naming policy hasn't changed. These sanctions weren't intended. We're reviewing the affected accounts, now restoring names where appropriate and contacting impacted players directly via email. We're sorry for the frustration this has caused, and we appreciate your patience. Only reason they did this is because they thought they could get away with it, and they couldn't. People started bitching. I also want to bet money that they will ban you in the future if I would ever RP my character in Guild Wars 2 is straight. Probably. Probably. Yes. These guys damage their actual fucking game. It's insane. It's actually insane the levels of spite that the ArenaNet moderation team has overall for their players. Now let's take a look at the forums. Apparently this is an issue. Over the past few days, a small number of characters' names were sanctioned in error. Okay, this is the same thing, right? There's something else wrong with banning people that have got insta-perma bans in-game without being banned more than once or twice. And it's for chat. All these bans going through AI, I feel like these perma bans for people using profanity is a bit harsh. I expect at least giving people 3 months ban, 6 months ban before perma. Other games just mute people to an amount of time. You used to be able to talk like normal way without expecting to get some ban for using wrong word. I do think getting permaban for chat is really harsh and should really be considered again. And the ArenaNet's moderation team's response? Our decision is final. Every fucking time I look at the ArenaNet moderation, with the amount of emails I've gotten from people who've been banned for bullshit, with the amount of horseshit they've pulled in the past, with the entire Jessica Price situation, I am so fucking unsurprised by all of this. Literally makes me think twice as someone who plays the game daily to not make a mistake. What the fuck is this? Feel like you're walking on eggshells. You have to. Guild Wars 2 is actively a game that you have to walk around on eggshells, talk to no one, interact with no one, have the most fucking bland name you can, don't make any content that criticizes the game, that might get you in trouble, don't make any jokes, don't be funny, don't be interesting, do none of that. Be bland as fuck. That's how you play this game. Be bland, don't talk to anyone, don't say anything, don't have a funny name. These people are fucking rats. And you know what's happened? This is my theory on this. The ArenaNet moderation team has gotten away with this bullshit for so long that they truly believe that they are the gods of this universe, that they never make a wrong decision, and that everything they do is always right forever. And the only time they will ever reverse that decision is when they somehow come to the fucking realization that they're killing their game too quickly. What retards. What unabashed retardation is this shit? Here we go. Over the past few days, small number of characters were sanctioned. Or like the ArenaNet bot says, we have reviewed this incident and confirmed our initial findings. Our decision to suspend this account is final. Now, if that's a bot sending that message, that means that they're lying through their fucking teeth every time they send you a message. It now makes sense why the guild I joined in Guild Wars 2 said zero politics or immediate kick. Yes, because they don't want to go down with you. They want to play their game. They don't want to go down with you. If they are saying we have confirmed our initial findings, that means that they're lying. They haven't confirmed their initial findings. They never do. They just send that message to get people to fuck off and shut up. But if they don't ban people and get them away from Guild Wars 2, who will play Guild Wars 3? No, it's going to be a mobile game, so don't worry about it. Guild Wars 3 will be a mobile game. Completely different audience. I stopped playing Guild Wars 2 when I realized the game designers are out of touch with the players and the game moderation team is on power trips. I'm still impressed my first character name isn't banned yet. Don't log in. Don't log in, or you might get reported by some little bitch. Or their detection system will come and find you and ban you anyway. It'll happen eventually. It's gonna happen. Guild Wars 2 is going to stay uninstalled in. This game, I've gone from loving Guild Wars 2 as an experience. I really think that the Guild Wars 2 experience is impressive, it's fun, it's enjoyable, it's wonderful. But you can't do anything in the fucking game because the moderation team are a bunch of pieces of shit who will come after you because you said something they didn't like. They get offended at everything. They get upset at anything. And again, I'll say it again. You want to see the degree, the levels of spite that these fucking people will go to? Right here. One joke. One singular joke. Guild Wars 2 has blocked you. They had to do that manually. Guild Wars Reforged has blocked you. They had to do that manually. For out-of-game behavior on Twitch. Then they went and cried to Twitch like a bunch of little cunts. We're a big game company and you better do what we want to or And then they got me banned off of there as well. What was the joke? I googled the ArenaNet headquarters and then I googled how easy is it to get an AR-15 in America. I didn't say I'm gonna go shoot them up. I followed up that statement with talking about fucking Luigi Mangione to try and push the point of absurdist humor that I usually do on my channel. And that was enough for them. They can't handle it. And you know what happens when you don't play Guild Wars 2? I'm gonna find it quick. I'm gonna find something for you real quick. Where is he? He was nice enough to link this to me. I want to show you something.
We're happy.
Yeah. Watch this. This is what happens when you don't play Guild Wars 2, when you play other MMORPGs.
To announce, and then they go, stop. Don't tell them about that yet. So
okay, so it's got to be, that'd be so mean if that wasn't real.
Yeah, imagine what's the outrage going to be if they don't come out with that.
People probably burn the place down at Blizzard. Like, I will probably start the fire. I'd be happy going to jail. Like, I would burn the place down. It wouldn't bother me.
What do you think happened to Sadako for that comment? I will burn the place down. I'll be happy to go to jail. What do you think happened to him for that? They're talking about World of Warcraft and RuneScape. Did he get banned from World of Warcraft? Did he get blocked on Twitter? Did anything happen to Sadako saying that? No, of course not, because it's obviously a fucking absurdist joke. He got hired. I wish. Maybe the game would get better. Nothing happened to him. The fact that the Guild Wars 2 moderation team are such pull-clutching little fucking bitches is so unbelievably frustrating to me. It's infuriating. They sent him some milk. It better be some top-tier fucking... better be some real top-tier breast milk that they sent him. I'm 100% sure the dev team of Guild Wars 2 celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. They probably did, right? I don't actually have a problem, Eucharist, with people actually laughing or making jokes about Charlie Kirk's death, right? I think that's fine. You want to have a chuckle, you want to make a joke about it, you want to do that. I don't see a problem with that. I think there's a very different, a very different mentality between someone who makes a joke about someone's death as opposed to someone who goes out of their way to be a spiteful little cunt and starts celebrating the death of other human beings. And I would be so fucking unsurprised to find out that the people inside of Guild Wars 2 actually considered probably putting in an event where you have to snipe a Charlie Kirk-esque character from in their game. And they tried to push that through. I would be so unsurprised that they would be so happy that someone like that died. Right? I don't like the fact that that one crazy Karen bitch got shot by ICE. But I'll make jokes about it. I don't like the fact that Charlie Kirk got fucking killed. But I'll make jokes about it. I don't like the fact that George Floyd got killed. But I will fucking make jokes about it. But to celebrate death, to be happy about that shit, is fucking insane. That's like actual mentally ill shit. That's crazy. That's a different degree of spite entirely. I mean, with what happened to Smoder, but that happened years before when he was treated as a Trump XP. I don't even know what the fuck that is, and I don't even know who Smoder is. Speaking of people who celebrate Charlie's death, did you read the Dawn Trail drama stuff I sent you? The giant wall of text from last week? No, I didn't. I haven't read that yet, Green Sky. I haven't read that yet. I'm saving that one for later when I've got some spare time and a stable internet connection. We might go through it on stream. George Floyd dies of an overdose. Was a violent, horrible person in his life. I'm a black woman. I've never felt bad for him. You know, okay. I generally don't like talking about politics. I think it's boring. I think it's dull. I think it's reductive. All of that. But this is what I'm going to say about George Floyd's death, right? I did look into the history of George Floyd and all of that. And you're right. You're right. What drives me insane, what confuses the fuck out of me, right, is when I was a little fucklet, when I was a little retard, I used to think to myself, right? When I started seeing things about like black people being killed by cops and shit, I was like, well, why don't they just behave? Why don't they just follow the rules? And then I saw a video, right, of this black kid sitting in a park in the US eating a fucking sandwich, right? And he did nothing. The kid did nothing. And this cop with the body cam came up to him and pointed a gun at him. And the kid started crying, right? The kid was scared to fucking death. And whatever the cop said to him, he did. And he was like crying with his hands on the floor, like not moving at all. And then the cop still fucking shot him. Now, if this is what drives me nuts, that kid deserved to have a whole bunch of people lose their fucking minds over that. That kid deserved protests. That kid did nothing. He sat in a fucking park eating a sandwich. Where was his protests? But then people want to lose their mind over fucking George Floyd. It makes no sense to me. It's so fucking confusing. It's really fucking... The whole thing is so goddamn confusing to me. I don't understand. I don't get it. You know what I hate? Mentally challenged people who watch the stream and don't give it a like. Oh, for fuck's sake, bestie. Powered by my... Oh, I can't say that word. I'm too white for that one. I've already gotten in trouble once. Fentanyl reactors at full capacity. Yeah, look, the George Floyd memes are actually pretty fucking funny. I like the fact that they gave Charlie Kirk a robot too. I thought that shit was peak. That was clearly a fentanyl sandwich. Oh yeah, of course. You know, some fucking 15-year-old kid sitting in a park eating a sandwich out of a lunchbox. Must have been fentanyl in the sandwich. I bet he was a dealer. I bet he was a fucking dealer. But when I saw that video, I was like, this makes no sense to me. Kid does nothing, completely innocent, gets shot by a cop, no one gives a fuck. George Floyd, a guy with a history of violence, does a bunch of bad shit, takes fentanyl, pays with fake dollar bills, all of a sudden everyone loses their minds. Doesn't make sense to me. That's why the world of like politics is way too fucking confusing for me. It makes no goddamn sense. It's so confusing. But anyway, moving on, I want to show you something before we move on from this, right? Right? If I do this, we're probably going to get a lot of ArenaNet partner stuff here, right? How many interesting videos on Guild Wars 2 content do you think we're going to come across? Just looking at this on YouTube. Visions of Eternity trailer. I played Guild Wars 2 in 2026. Is it worth it? Guild Wars 2 in 2026. The journey so far. Reforged is coming to mobile this summer. Then there's Muckluck. Why play Guild Wars 2 in 2026? Why do so many people love Guild Wars 2? Guild Wars 2 is an incredible position in 2026. Here's why. Not a single piece of fucking entertainment content that you'll find. Not a singular piece of entertainment and funny content or something unique and special. No artistic expression whatsoever. No autistic expression either. Just a fucking wave of let me read the patch notes. Is this game worth playing in 2026? Is this game worth playing in 2025? This is what I've done in Guild Wars 2. No one fucking does that shit. Captain Crapface is alright. I've had one interaction with Captain Crapface. He seems like a funny guy. He's also been banned. He's also been banned. Yeah. Now let's take a look at Twitch. For Guild Wars 2's popularity.
One more time.
For the level of enjoyment, joy, and wonder that Guild Wars 2 gives people, why the fuck does this category have almost 0 viewers in it? Why the fuck does barely anyone watch this shit? Why does no one have anything fun or interesting to say? Why is the top streamers people who sit in 100 to 200 category range most of the time. It's because if they say something funny, they're gonna get their asses pushed in by a fucking Guild Wars 2. That's why. It's bland, it's boring, it's dull, it doesn't do anything entertaining. You can't do anything funny. Because it's not as botted as WoW. There's something I gotta say about WoW as well, Cyro, but we'll get to that, right? We'll get to that now, just because you reminded me. I hate that I've never seen you do Super Adventure Box in Guild Wars 2. I would have loved to do it. Alorez, I was hoping to do all of those events and shit after I got through all of the expansions. I was hoping to do World v World. I was hoping to go into PvP again. I was hoping to go to a bunch of fucking raids and a whole, like, everything. And they took that away. They stole all of that from me. Every piece of Guild Wars 2 content is bland, uninteresting, and unopinionated. You feel no emotional evocation when it comes to watching a stream or watching a YouTube video because they are so fucking scared of saying their opinions. It's that simple. Guild Wars 2 and their moderation team are actively killing the heights that Guild Wars 2 should be at. This game should be the king MMO right now, and it's never going to be that. Teapot tries to come across as edgy and zoomerific. Well, I don't know that much about Teapot, so it's hard for me to comment on that, right? Teapot's probably the edgiest you can be, if he does try and come across as that. He probably rides the line, it's just the line is right up to your fucking nose. You're not going to get fun and interesting stuff to watch if you're watching Guild Wars 2. Which is real fucking sad. That hurts my soul. Even as someone who can't play the goddamn game. Now, WoW, World of Warcraft, has a completely different problem. Do you want to know what's happening in World of Warcraft? It's not just botting. There's a feature on Twitch called Stream Together, right? So what a bunch of small streamers have realized that they can do is if they use the Stream Together feature, they can look like they've got higher viewership than they actually have, and then bump themselves up to the top of the category. So you'll have a group of 10 or 20 streamers, each with 50 viewers, and then all of a sudden they've got 500 viewers. That's what I realized this group right here, the Noobcraft group, was doing. These guys were using the Stream Together feature on Twitch so that they could bump themselves up to the top of the category whenever they play together. Viewership is being faked in a brand new way over on Twitch. An impressively brand new way. And no one can accuse them of view botting because it can say, oh, no, it's because I'm streaming together with other streamers. And they're not even playing together. They're just using the fucking feature. They are abusing the shit out of that. Content creators have to be sterile or face the ban hammer. Yes, they do. They do. My favorite content from Guild Wars 2 is the video that people made in World vs. World of fearing people down to their death before they changed how CC stability worked. Nothing else from Guild Wars 2 made me laugh that much. And they took it away. Look, you do anything funny or interesting, you're gone. That's just how it is. My country is what country needs to be hit with an EMP to stop bots? You would have to hit the US because a lot of bots are native to the US more than you think. You'd have to hit India, you'd have to hit most Southeast Asian countries, and you'd have to hit China. That's where most of your bots come from. Also Russia as well. A lot of bot farms are in those countries. You'd be shocked how many bot farms there actually are in the US though. It's like astounding. When I started digging into this, when I like twisted the arm on my buddy who does CSEC to look into this, yeah, there's a giant bot farm that's sitting in the US. But yeah, all Asian countries, most Southeast Asian countries, your Vietnam, your Singapore as well. Any country that's like a third world category, but has tech skills, that shit's happening. And it doesn't stop, it just keeps on going. It's just that bad. The only good Guild Wars 2 video I've seen recently is Badger. Are you talking about the old meme that existed like 1,000 years ago? It's real disappointing. It's real disappointing. I would love to make more Guild Wars 2 content. I would love to play this game and make a review. I would drop the video I'm working on right now just to play more Guild Wars 2 and make an entirely new video on that. But it's never gonna happen. Give it 10 years, I'll probably go the Kriparian path. And to give you an idea of how long, this was the last thing I actually wanted to go through. To give you an idea of how long ago this problem started happening. This is how long ago this problem started occurring.
Hey guys, how's it going? Kriparian here. So today was one of the most interesting days that I've had in a very long time. And I want to show...
Ah, fuck. Fuck, I clicked on something. Shit. My bad. They banned this man.
Hey guys, how's it going? Kriparian here.
For over
so
a
today
decade.
was one of the most interesting days that I've had in a very long time. And I want to share you guys my experience from start to finish in chronological order so you can see how the events place with each other and see how an interesting experience I've had today. So, I got up this morning and I was contemplating a few things. I was contemplating, do I want to play Guild Wars? Do I want to, get a new account? I mean, I'm only banned for 3 days. It's kind of a big deal because the game just came out. But, I can maybe live with it. Then I thought about the benefits of having 2 accounts, and I'm a pretty easygoing guy. If shit happens like that, okay, I can let it slide. I'm not going to go and apologize and say it's like, I'm sorry for exploiting the game, please unban my account. No, I sent a support ticket last night. I said, look, I don't think it's an exploit. I think it's very reasonable to think that it's not a real exploit. And, that's about it.
And they said, we have reviewed this decision and our decision, we've reviewed your account and this decision is final. This man was banned for 10 years because their shitty fucking code in the game allowed him to do something and farm karma points for gold or something like that. And to your point, General Apple, about do you think there's any chance of redemption for ArenaNet? No. I've thought about this. I've thought about this long and hard. No. I'll tell you why. ArenaNet is not a new company. They are not a business that has just started up. They are not a game that is a year or 2 old. They have been embedded in doing this for decades now. For over a decade. They have been doing this for so long, and if they're not going to fix the problem 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they're not going to fix this now. They believe they are right. They believe that what they do at all points in time is the correct decision. If there was going to be a change in Guild Wars 2 and its moderation and its behavior towards its players, it would have happened already. You read that article of the guy who got banned for reporting an exploit and then unbanned for a new X-Pack only to be immediately rebanned? Yes, I did. I did read that article. I've looked deep into the bans of Guild Wars 2. This is why I can say this with such a degree of confidence. Guild Wars 2's moderation is irredeemable at this point. Unless some new guy, some new CEO took over ArenaNet, looked at the moderation team, looked at their behavior, reviewed their history of all the problems that they've caused, and fired the entire fucking moderation team, rewrote the rules about what the moderation team is and isn't allowed to do, and rehired brand new people into the space, it's never happening. And guess what? That's never gonna fucking happen because that's an entire detriment on the entire process of Guild Wars 2 and its moderation. That will cost too much. They are too beholden to NCSoft. They've got bills to pay. They're not going to do that. It's never happening. So what's going to happen next? This is my prediction about Guild Wars 2 and its moderation. It's only going to get worse from here. I'm not saying this to be arrogant. I'm saying this because this is a simple fact. I am the very first person in Guild Wars 2 to be permanently banned, blocked on Twitter, blocked from Guild Wars Reforged, blocked from any ArenaNet product for out-of-game behavior on Twitch. I'm the very first fucking person for that to happen to. Which means that they are getting worse over time. They're not getting better, they're getting worse. Now, if someone had done this before me, I couldn't make that statement. I couldn't say that this was, they've done this before, so it's kind of what I expect from them. No. This is literally, they are getting worse over time, not better. So yeah, there you go. It's just gonna keep getting worse.
You could be so nice to unban me. That would be awesome. All right, so I'm just gonna let it go.
They won't.
Maybe I'll get a second account on Guild Wars. Like I said, there's a lot of benefits to having a second account. You can transfer the items from your first account through the mail, so you don't need like a portable bank. You can just mail them off, and you can have a second account sit in town just posting on auctions nonstop. And you can, if you have two accounts, if you're doing like World PvP, you can have one on a catapult, just spam catapult. There's a lot of cool shit you can do with multiple accounts at the same time in Guild Wars, as with many other MMOs. I saw the advantage, so I went ahead and got a second Guild Wars account.
It'd be funny if some new CEO was edgy and racist and kept you banned because you're from Africa. Khaldun, you know what? If that actually happened, I would have a great fucking laugh at that. And I would say, understandable, based decision, really, really funny. I would think that would be such a funny fucking thing, but that's never gonna happen.
When I did this in the morning, people were telling me on Mumble how there was this new exploit going on where if you buy certain items in the game, which has been patched by the way, you can buy like level 60 weapons for like 20 karma. And what you do is you take these weapons and you scale them up to like super rare weapons through some kind of forge, and you can get like very good level 80 loot for like very, very little karma. And people tell me, oh man, don't worry, Crip, when you get new characters 80, I have the best loot for you. Don't worry about a thing. I'm like, awesome, man, awesome. I want some loot. I love the loots. Anyway, so I go about my own thing. I get some food, whatnot. Check out the internet news, and
then you got banned.
Apparently, everyone who did that got banned.
Yep.
Because it was an exploit. Well.
Yep.
Those weapons in one particular zone, as opposed to the other, I think like 4, were 1,000 times cheaper. 1,000 times. So, a lot of people, in fact, many thousands of people, thought this was okay, and it just seems cheap. I mean, why not? I mean, who cares? It's there. I buy an item from a vendor. Okay, I buy an item from a vendor. That's what they did. And some people, went a step further to upgrade the items to level 80 and good. But some people just bought the items. They're like, cool, I can use that. 21 karma. Well, the guys that over Guild Wars, they're like, no. You bought the items from our vendor, and obviously it was too cheap. We're going to permanently ban your accounts. So like 4,000 people got permanently banned. And this didn't go over so well, because then you have a lot of whiny people. And let me tell you something. When I got my 72-hour suspension last night, the same people that were commenting on that Reddit post is like, this guy should get a permaban.
He's talking about Reddit. Do you see that shit? He's talking about Reddit. The behavior of Reddit has been the exact fucking same for the last 13 years. Do you see the temper tantrum pieces of shit out there? Do you see the levels of spite? Do you understand now? Does this give you a better context of what exactly I'm talking about when it comes to the bans inside of ArenaNet and its moderation? The levels of spite have only increased over time. And guess what? This guy got unbanned after 1 decade. Do you know why they unbanned him? Take a wild guess why they unbanned him. They unbanned him because he went from being a small content creator to a big deal. He got big. He became a big name. And then it was, oopsie, sorry, haha, we unbanned you after a decade for your karma system. Now, if I was him, I would be such a spiteful cunt about that. I would be like, fuck you. I would make like 25 fucking posts about this. I would be all over their asses being like, a decade for 20 karma.
For this exploit, for getting 8 gold for 20k karma, perma-ban this guy. I hate preparing.
He's been a big name for years though, not 13 years. He was banned from Guild Wars 2 13 years ago. And then they unbanned him 3 years ago. As far as I'm aware, Lithy. So he wasn't big when they banned him, and then he got to a certain size, and then all of a sudden they changed their fucking mind.
Same guys, they're like, I just bought a weapon for karma off a vendor, and permanently banned my account. This is not fair. It's not fair, I mean, as funny as it is, I have to agree with them that it's not fair. The guys at Guild Wars obviously thought otherwise and permanently banned them. And because so many people complained, when a lot of people complain, think about it. They permanently banned like they said 4,000 users, but let's get real. When they say 4,000, it's well over 4,000. That's how companies work.
He's right.
They banned thousands of people, many, many thousands. And
did he go back to playing it? They paid him money, so yes. Also, he's a lot less spiteful of a human being than I am. I think fuck these rats. Fuck them. This is what I want from Guild Wars 2, if they ever do this shit. I want a handwritten apology from the person who banned me. I want a handwritten apology that I can frame on the fucking wall. for their spiteful, shitty piece of trash behavior.
Honestly, the game's been up for like less than a week. If you lose $80 and a week worth of, gameplay, all that, because you bought an item from a vendor, if you lose that permanently, and like many thousands of people also did that, you got a class action lawsuit on your hands.
Yes.
So obviously, they came to their senses and pretty much made a post where if you would like to tell us that you feel bad about exploiting and that you'll delete all the items that you gain from exploiting.
Do you see that? That's why I want the apology letter. Because what they said to Kriparian and everyone who got banned for this, for their shitty fucking behavior, the actions that you could take in-game without installing anything extra, is they said, write us an apology letter, say, oopsie doopsie, I did a fucky wucky, admit guilt, surrender the ability to be able to do a class action against us, and then we'll let you back into the game.
Then we will drop the permanent ban and make it a 72-hour ban. How generous. So during this time, I'm browsing Reddit because this shit is just hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So I'm browsing the Reddits, I'm hearing on Mumble how a lot of my friends got banned for this and that. People who get banned for stuff like that, people who get banned, they kind of own up to it. In my opinion, this is a much clearer, exploit than mine was. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people just go to a vendor, they see, 21 karma, that's like a good deal, I'm gonna buy that. Permanent ban. Playing the game for 6 days? Sorry, permanent ban, sorry man, sorry. You broke the rules, you bought an item from a vendor, permanent ban, What they should have done, what companies like Blizzard would have done, and have done in the past, when they've had like free PvP gear from certain vendors, they just like...
Think about that. By comparison, he's using World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is the standard he's using. Think about how low of a bar that is to fucking clear.
Like, take away the PvP gear from the characters. It's like, our bad. We made a mistake in the programming of the game, Sorry, we'll just take away those items back. It's like, you should have known that this is not worth this, and if you buy this, it's obviously too cheap. So obviously, you're gonna lose all access.
How was WoW back in 2012? It was okay. It wasn't at its peak. It had kind of fallen off a little bit, but it wasn't nearly as bad as the situation is now in WoW retail. Not even close. Like, the heights that the game was at during 2012 was pretty fucking fantastic. It was still a playable game. You could still have fun. You could still group up. There was still interesting things to do. It was on its backslide already by 2012.
Your account that you've worked on over the last week and spent $80 on. Sound reasonable? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so they succumbed to the pressure in some kind of way that they would unban all these guys from their permanent bans. And also they came up with this little chart over here where they go over certain bans. So if you exploit a game, don't exploit, don't publicize it, you have to notify us immediately at this new email address. Oh, it's a new one. Oh, so ban the people and then make a website or an email where you can actually take bug reports. Awesome.
See? Do you see? Do you see how they play this? Do you see the kind of manipulative shit that they do? They've been doing this since launch. Guild Wars 2 has been doing this kind of behavior since launch. They're just getting worse, and every single time, no one pushes back. Every single time, shit gets really fucking bad, and they get away with it, they just get worse. I grew up playing Destiny in general. They took the, if you can get stuff from exploits, that's on us for not catching it. Yes, that's actually a highly respectable decision from the game devs. That they are understanding that they made the mistake and that they need to fix it. That's 100% correct stance to have. If I fuck something up and then you come and you exploit my fuck up, that's on me. That's not on you.
Awesome. All right, we're not done yet. We're far from done. All right. So another amusing thing in this wall of garbage, you have the botting. Look at that botting. Yesterday we applied 72-hour account suspensions to 500 players who were running bots.
So you can ruin the fucking game using bots. And that's fine. You already get a 72-hour ban for that.
Okay. So the penalty for botting in Guild Wars is a 72-hour suspension. If you buy an item from a vendor for a price that's too cheap, you get a permanent ban. But they came to their senses that's also equivalent to botting. Okay. What can you say? What can you say? All right. So this is shit that doesn't affect me, right? This is just like I'm just like fucking sipping lemonade, putting my feet up, having a good time watching this shit. And I'm browsing the Reddits, and it's almost time to stream. And, I just log in my Guild Wars account, seeing if it's still banned, and it is. It says, you're banned for 59 more hours. I'm like, okay, whatever, man, whatever. Pretty stupid, but whatever. And then I find a post on Guild Wars. I'll link it to you guys here. Look at this shit. Keep in mind, I've never been
Hey, what up, Iconic? How you doing? I'm gonna commit acts of violence against the state of Mississippi. What did Mississippi do to you?
notified by any guys from Guild Wars through emails. I sent customer support, whatever, didn't get back to me. I see this post on Reddit from ArenaNet support team. This is professional, you know? Let's clear that up. Crip's account is terminated. So I'm seeing this, I'm like, I just tried to log in like 20 minutes ago. It wasn't terminated. And then I went and tried to log in.
So they lie. Again, they lie, they manipulate, they twist, they turn, they use bots, they do everything except their fucking job.
Log in again? Here's the message I got. Hold on. Account permanently banned for abusing an in-game exploit in violation of the user agreement and rules of conduct. Let's review. Yesterday I was suspended for 3 days for pretty much buying materials with karma, making it with crafting, and vendoring the crafts. I made 8 gold from 20k karma, which is pretty good. It's about like 3 times better than what I've done prior with my karma. And no warning, no nothing, 7-hour ban. And it was because I was advertising an exploit. And about a day later, without me doing really anything, except maybe posting my last video, which I guess they're really mad. Like, they're mad or something, I don't know.
They're not mad, they think they're justified in everything they fucking do, right? I'm looking at this now with 2020 vision because this has happened to me now for out-of-game behavior, right? These guys are spiteful little cunts. I can't impress this idea on you hard enough. But the cousin fuckers stopped cutting, won't stop cutting the fiber line that leads to my state and fucking my... Damn, it sounds like you live in my country.
They must be. They decided to permanently ban me. But maybe it's just the way the words are chosen, but they're chosen badly. Because they said that I was banned for the exploit. For the exploit. That's what... Because you see the wording is different. I'm not banned for advertising. They're thinking about it. It's like, oh shit, if they discover an exploit on stream, that's advertising. Then that means we discourage streaming of our game. Yeah, we don't want that. We want to take the benefits of people playing our game and people getting into our game.
Well, they fucked that up entirely because the Guild Wars 2 category is boring as fuck now.
A pretty stupid thing to do. So instead, maybe we'll just change the wording so it's just the exploit that caused them to get banned. Now let me tell you something. I know hundreds of people that were using the same thing I did, and many of which made hundreds of gold, not 8. Hundreds. They're playing the game right now. No ban, no nothing, I was the only person in the world to be even suspended for the chili peppers crafting and selling. I got down by the chili peppers. World first, for real.
There you go.
And, yeah. Permanently banned because of it now. So, yeah. That's pretty lame. It's pretty lame. Honestly, I played Guild Wars on my new account today, and I was just leveling another ranger, and I actually had kind of a lot of fun, so I'll probably continue playing the game. I mean, I understand a lot of you guys bought the game because of me, and I don't want to let you guys down. I'm a pretty forgiving guy. Like, if they ban me, if they do something completely stupid like this, I can let it go. But it really speaks a lot for the company, and yeah. It does. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the day as much as I have, and maybe you can learn a thing or two.
That's all that matters out of that video, right? This is what I mean when I say that Guild Wars 2 is a piece of shit company when it comes to their moderation team, right? They are irredeemable cunts about this. Right? Out of game behavior, but I mean showing an exploit on stream. It's like the Zoomers are filming themselves committing crimes. Well, yeah, but as long as they've got the right politics, they'll get away with it. As long as they've got the right politics. I'm going to say this nice and simple, right? Last little point on this. This man right here.
Dang.
Legally.
Just so that I don't get him in trouble. Right, because I don't want to take things away from other people. I have cut contact with anyone who streams on Twitch so they don't accidentally go out of their way to talk about me and get banned. Right? I don't talk to anyone who streams on Twitch because if I'm perma-banned and they talk about me, there's a chance that they will risk a ban as well. Right? I don't want that happening to them. This man right here has been playing Guild Wars 2 for fucking eternity. I believe that if Guild Wars 2 and ArenaNet moderation team weren't such gigantic, retarded Karen pieces of shit, Mukluk would unironically be someone who didn't have 352 viewers. He would be someone who had 1,000 viewers, who would have 2,000 viewers. He would probably be the biggest fucking name in this entire space. But instead of that, he's not allowed to be funny. He's not allowed to say anything entertaining. Anytime someone says something even mildly edgy, he's got to be like, hey, stop it, don't do that. He has to go out of his way to do that. Mukluk deserves to be an infinitely bigger streamer than he is now. I genuinely believe that. And the only thing holding him back is Guild Wars 2. Their moderation team is actively ruining their game, and the more I've looked into this, the more I've realized how much worse of a situation this is becoming. Moderation will continue to get worse because companies, ArenaNet, will continue to get on their knees to Xi Jinping and suck off his Winnie the Pooh deck. Yeah, they will. They will. These guys are fucking spiteful little cunts. They're never going to get any better. They're always going to get worse, and that's the biggest fucking problem with the game. There is no problem that Guild Wars 2 faces that is worse currently than everything that happens in their moderation. Now, enough of that shit. Time to play some Final Fantasy. You're going to need to give me 1 second because I need a massive piss. I'm going to be right back. And we'll play some Guild Wars. We'll play some Final Fantasy. I'll see you in a second.
A guy in silk said take a roll, then ran away and a fox first stole. I blinked at the market board, 10 tails, 2 ears, and a magic sword. One kid in a crown said, watch me bro. I said, you're 12. He said, okay, so what is this place? Why is a man a cat? Why is a child born and raised like that? I need a map, I need some sense, I need one answer. This makes no man lost again in the land of the den. Oh man, wanna see? Why's everybody a beast or 17? Oh man, lost again, but the bunny girls win. Oh man, I can cope if they keep that hop and that velvet glow. I met a crew in matching gear. They called me dad and bought me beer. One had a tail, one had a mask, one just me out through every task. A cat boy leaned and winked at me, said stay a while, we can be free. I said buddy, I don't know the drill. He said you will, and I think I will. What is this place? Why is a man a cat? Why is a child born and raised like that? I need a map, I need some sense, I need one answer. This makes no man lost again in the land of the den. Bald man, what a scene. Was everybody a beast or 17? Bald man lost again, but the bunny girls win. Bald man, I can cope if they keep that hop and that velvet glow. I came for swords and fate, got fur and roleplay dates, got lore I cannot hold in a body full of bones. Still, when she crossed the room, tall ears, white boots, cool perfume. I forgot my name, my plan, my grudge. Yeah, maybe I don't need to judge. Bald man, lost again in the land of the den. Bald man, what a scene. Why's everybody a beast or 17? Bald man, lost again, but the bunny girls win. Bald man, I can cope if they keep that hop and that velvet glow. I came in confused, I stay in amused. Bald man, now I kind of choose it.
Where is that? Where is that fucking... Oh, perfect timing. Perfect timing. Flawless. Whoop, don't play that. Flip, flop, go. There we go. Ah, there we go. Ah, that was better. That was so much better. Holy shit. Entire ocean came out of me there. Right, where was I? Where is that goddamn Final Fantasy launcher? I've lost the launcher. Shit. I've lost where I put the fucking launcher. Damn it. I need to clean up my desktop. This shit is a mess. Oh, there it is. There we go. Wait, Mugen dropped a video on some CEO losing fuck tons of cash to ChatGPT in courts. Link it to me in DMs on Discord. We'll watch it tomorrow. God damn it, Final Fantasy. Why you gotta do this to me now? Why you gotta do this to me now? There we go. There we go. Should check the remember ID. I do every single time. Every single time. Now I'm going to be honest with you about Final Fantasy, right? I'm in a really weird space when it comes to Final Fantasy. Mostly because I can't decide whether the game is good or whether I've just played World of Warcraft for so long that anything looks good by comparison. Are you RPing Cloud? No, I'm RPing Johnny Bravo. But you know what? Let's take a look into the Belmung server. Why not? Today's the day. Let's see if the degeneracy holds up. We'll just crank out a quick character. We'll take a look around. The ping's too high for me to play on US servers anyway. Belmung. New character. Okay. Fuck it. We'll just... You know what? We're probably gonna see the most disgusting shit by doing that. Is there a randomized appearance button? No. Disgusting. These people want you to actually create your character. Sickening. I hope you catch my Final Fantasy fish. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, good night, Lou. Good, take care of yourself. Tell Iconic if he subbed to XIV, he has to take you to Las Vegas when you hit level 15. He will know what it means. Yeah, but he's on the US servers. I can't play on the US servers because the ping's just too high. Let's see. Oh, we could be white or black. Awesome. Those are the only two races. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's go with that. Yeah, let's just speed run our way through this. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, that's fine. We'll put that there. Where's the character name? Yeah, okay, that doesn't matter. That don't matter. Yeah, why not? No, fuck it. Doesn't matter. I just want to see what degeneracy is going on inside of Belmung that you've apparently told me about now. The creation of characters on this world is currently restricted. You must either wait for this restriction to be lifted or create character on another world. You cannot even... There's so much disgusting gooning going on inside of the Belmung server that you can't even create a new character. Sickening. They've managed to create a gatekept system purely by keeping people out because they've made so many fucking characters. Amazing. Incredible. It's because the server is packed. It was a legacy server. I was actually on there. Yeah, well, looks like that's not happening today, huh? Let me go back. Let me go back to my main character. The character you last logged out with in this play environment could not be found in the current... Okay, that's fine. No, don't... Ah, gotta choose the fucking... I think I was here. I can't remember if I was light or chaos. I think you guys said light. You lack degeneracy to play a furry. I think I fucking do. There he is. Look how fucking... Every time I see this character's face, look how fucking stupid he looks. The goatee really sells the look. I feel like you know, playing this character specifically has put me on a fucking list. I feel like it's put me on a goddamn list. I think it's prevented people from sexually harassing me too. There you go, woman. You want to stop being harassed? Grow a beard. You're allowed to do that in 2026. And look at that. Now, you guys keep telling me that this queue is fake, right? That there's not actually a queue, but it does this because it's like trying to make you believe that the world is actually full. Looks like it's butt cave exploring. I feel like that goatee is saving this character. Right, now where the fuck was I? Open Final Fantasy Lodestone Play Guide in your default... Are you telling me that Final Fantasy, just like Guild Wars 2, has a fucking wiki? This is the most Japanese designed website I've ever seen. The play guide is useless. Okay, great. Fantastic. So we can just ignore that. Get the fuck off my screen. Now then, what the fuck was I doing? If I believe right, you guys told me to ignore all the side quests and focus purely on this right here. More than a wiki. Final 14 has mods. They don't do anything. I've seen conversations that made me want to buy a Bible. I bet it's because it's Japanese. I bet it's because it's an Asian game and they don't give a fuck what you say. And I think that's the right way to run a game, if I'm being honest. I think that's exactly how you should be running a video game. Just let people have their stupid fucking conversations. Is it? No, I keep... No, this is the wrong place. I'm supposed to be upstairs. Right, you. The time is ripe. I can't even rely on those rotten pirates. Oh, I forgot that I have to read a book every time I open this goddamn game. I can't even rely on those rotten pirates to pick ripe oranges. Yet if I leave them a day longer, they'll like to fall from the boughs. Mayhap, you can grab a few for me. You're not afraid of a pesky hornet or two, are you? Shit, that was a side quest. Fuck. That was a side quest. I was supposed to talk to this guy. Damn it. Shit. Let's have a look at you, shall we? As long as you're this well covered, I won't feel guilty throwing you to the sharks. Erstwhile buccaneers are an ornery lot. Fuck me. Ye old English here. The time is what? What do you mean the time is what? An ornery lot. They rage in love for the sea and care little for the laws of the land, but they respect strength, and by the looks of you, I'd say you have a little trouble getting their attention. Alrighty. Is there a way for me to check? What? But Alt to hide item details? No. I want a button that puts the fucking tooltip next to my inventory so that I know exactly what I'm looking at here. Okay, Bronze War Axe. Bronze War Axe. Level 5 Strength +1. That's the same thing. That's the same... Right mouse button to compare. Item comparison. Thank you. It's the same thing. So there's no point in picking that up. Can't pick that up. I might as well pick up the bronze piece, right? There's no reason to have 2 axes. Unless this game lets me dual two-handed weapons, and I don't think it does. You can just grab the bronze pieces if you don't want the gear. Okay, yeah, bronze pieces it is. What do they do? I have no fucking idea. Figure that out as I go. Okay, what else you got for me? That aura of confidence tells me you've been idle since last we met. I hope I've read you alright, for I have a task that requires attention-capable adventurer. Might that adventurer be you? Sure. Why not? Then I shall say this before... Wait. Then I shall lay before you the sorry... Give me a second. Grandpa's having a stroke. The last time I had to read this much was English in 11th grade, where I wrote an entire essay about how badly every guy in the class wanted to fuck this one Spanish dude's sister. He got really mad. It was a 5-page speech. Okay, you will have heard rumors of the abductions. Citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Limsa Lomsa, as if plucked from the face of Sam Hydeland, boots and all, by an unseen hand. And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen, but it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure tattooed faces have been creeping up to the edges of the field and spying on Gilman. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy being scrutinized by such savages at the best of times, but the farmlands are convinced that they are kidnappers of rumor come for their hides. He can't keep getting away with it. Yeah, he can't. But he will. I need some of Dad's karate water to get this done. I can't believe it, you have VA potential. I fucking have none. If I could work as a voice actor, I fucking would. But there's no chance of that ever happening. And also, I need to fix my sound real quick, just because the fucking rain has stopped. There we go. There we go. All right. As they say, where you come in, would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? Sure, why not? Good lad, the sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner this place will start to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Sisong Grotto if reports are to be believed. Our unwelcome visitors have occupied the place. Be careful though. I couldn't say for sure what manner of miscreants we're dealing with here. If they are kidnappers, well, just be on your guard. It's fine. We can deal with kidnappers because I'm not a kid. I'm not playing a child. Now, if I was playing one of those little mini characters, then maybe I'd have to be concerned. I don't care about the extra achievements right now. Investigate Sisong Grotto. Is Sisong Grotto marked on the map, or am I just fucking blind? There it is. Okay. I'm just blind. Remember that this version of too much text is better version of the game. Is it? Do things get worse? Ah, fuck it, we might as well complete the side quest while we're here. I mean, all we have to do is interact with oranges. What could go wrong? There we go. I was clicking like an ape there. I don't know why it wasn't going off. Listen to that musical score. If only every farm worker from Mexico who hopped the border could feel this way. I do love how dramatic the game's music gets for like no reason whatsoever sometimes. I don't mind reading shit, but the amount of Britbonga dialogue in this game feels like a seizure. It's giving me it's giving me heart palpitations reading pirate language non-stop. I almost feel like I want to yell at everyone, stop speaking like that, speak American. Special effects are pretty thon. I don't know what thon means. No complaint there for me. Look, I don't actually see a problem with any of the visuals in the game. I think everything you see, like visually speaking, is actually very clear. I would say it's clearer than what you get out of Guild Wars 2, where when you're playing Guild Wars 2, you kind of need to like mentally adjust your mind to what the fuck is going on. This game, I didn't have that adjustment. Like, if you've played League of Legends, first of all, I'm sorry that you ended up being homosexual. But second, if you played League of Legends for the very first time, you probably went through this thing where, like, you had, like, this visual overload where you had no fucking clue what was going on. And it's almost like your brain had to adapt to the game. Same thing happens in Guild Wars 2, but that doesn't seem to be happening here in Final Fantasy. Everything's fairly clear. Everything's fairly straightforward. It doesn't feel visually confusing. Right, what am I looking for here? Lurkers in the grotto. Well, I'm here. Farmhands believe unwelcome visitors to be rumored kidnappers, resulting, blah blah blah. Make your way to Seasong Grotto and investigate the area reported to be the Tattooed Thug's Den. Is this underground or something? Am I just being fucking retarded here? Oh, there it is. There it is. Grotto is a cave. Look, just because Greta Thunberg has a weird name, that doesn't mean she's hollowed out her vagina just yet, okay? After Guild Wars 2, playing with global CD feels very weird. It does. The changeover from no global cooldown to a global cooldown is a really weird one. But that also, it's why the game feels like it's a turn-based combat system that's trying to be like a tab targeting one. It's a very strange thing. You're about to enter an instance battle. Instance battles only occur during certain quests and missions. Take a moment to read the information. Take a moment to read some more shit. Level sync. Instance object duty list. Okay, cool. To be fair, all Final Fantasy games before this were turn-based. Yes, they were.
I am the waves.
That's probably why we ended up like this.
I am the winds that guide.
Sorry, I just had to check. That voice acting was in-game, right? That actually happened in the game. Now, why the fuck can't you do that for every other goddamn fucking text box you've seen? What the fuck? Now? On random quest number 75? You better be an important fucking character if you got voice acting.
I am the evening stars. I am the morning sky. I am born of the sea, and there shall I die. Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone.
Okay. Someone more experienced with Final Fantasy needs to confirm something for me here. I have seen specific images spread across the internet by the Final Fantasy community of catgirls in compromising positions. And this one looks fairly familiar. And in some of those images, she's got some really big balls on her. I'm talking huge. I'm talking like oversized. Is this because all of the characters look the same? Or because this is the character that every weirdo out there tries to fuck? She's a fan favorite. Okay. So this is actually one of the characters that has a bunch of fucking weird art about them. Okay. Surprising amount of stuff with overage characters that I saw. I didn't see her fucking any Lalafels, which was, you know, that was a bonus.
Such words well describe the manner in which the citizens of Limsa Lominsa live their lives.
She pronounced it wrong. It's Limsa Lomsa.
It is both a litany against misfortune for those out on the waves.
You're assuming she's of age. I assume that all of these characters are probably underage, and that's why the freaks keep on making really weird images of them. I think for them that's like, you know, it's something on the checklist they need.
And a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea.
She's probably 325 years old. Is she a vampire?
Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms.
I gotta say that the actual graphical work that they've done on characters after playing ESO is actually fairly impressive. I bet that if someone could make the ESO characters look this good by default, that the game would be like more attractive to a lot more people. Here's relevant to this game. Okay. Now, I'm not a furry. However, this rides the line, okay? This is a human being with ears and tail. This is not a cat. I consider this acceptable.
I have been trying to get to Balmung. 4 days I've been trying to get to Balmung for 4 days.
Oh, okay, so it's not just me. Okay, I feel like I need to save this for when I do actually get to Balmung. But goddamn, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's continue.
I thought myself on the trail of the kidnappers, but it would seem I have missed my mark. Or perhaps not.
Is that Harvey Weinstein?
As I suspected, the etheric disturbance here is no natural occurrence.
Pulls dick out. I'm no furry. Some random dude, not me. You say that. You say that, Petrus, but I do have to ask. And these other random dudes, are they in the room with you as we speak? What are they telling you to do? What are they whispering in your ear? I feel like we may need to explore these details later in another therapy session at a later date. Because that sentence is fairly concerning, and I may need to put you on an FBI watch list for that one. Not me guys, but other guys are pulling out their dicks all the time.
Nor is it a coincidence that the two of us should come here in search of those responsible for the disappearances, only to be attacked. But who stands to benefit from the keeping of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be.
Why the fuck can you give her voice acting and no one else? What the fuck? What, is she just gonna, like... I sense something awry with this creature, be on your guard. Alright. I'll be on my guard. I mean, I'm basically wiping his ass with an axe. Only like main character. So everyone else is just a fucking mute passing notes to you. The disruption of the Aether draws to... Okay, well, I'm gonna kill these things. Hey, we leveled up. We've got a new ability. I don't know what it does. Oh, reduces damage taken. Okay, that's a panic attack button. Suppose I have to deal with these things before they stack up on me. Oh. Wait, okay, see, I have to go back to work. I can't watch you there. Go to work. Go live your life. Do the things that are important. Go have a job, because I can't. I will live vicariously through you earning money. If you got anything you need to do, your life is more important than the stream, I promise. Go do it. The NPC is doing more damage. That's unsurprising. You might as well be talking about any other game I play. Imagine it like this. Main characters are streamers. That's the most degenerate fucking thing you could have ever said. So you can hear them. Everyone else are just chatters, so you can't hear them. No. That's way too mentally ill of a take. This is the most anime bullshit I could have ever seen. What the fuck was that?
Hear, feel, think.
When's your next Project Gorgon stream? I don't know, I'm still figuring it. I'm making it up as I go along. I don't have a plan. Magical Rocks is a woman's game. If this is a woman's game, I'd expect bigger wolves with bigger dicks. I'd expect Minotaur men running around raping women violently. But it's sexy because they're also billionaires. That's what the books told me.
Bearer.
Okay, that's pretty gay. We bear crystals.
I am Heidelin, all made one.
Wait, you're doing the intro again? It looks like it. It looks like the fucking game gave me the intro.
That shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate.
Lady, what the fuck are you talking about? Speak normal.
The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them.
Oh no, there's multiple butt plugs. This just reminded me of something.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart.
I'm playing on Light in Europe. I'm playing on the Arabic server. Who the fuck? Who's that? Who's that fucking guy? Okay, that's the big bad dragon in the middle. Okay.
Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
That is a nice voice. But that is a stupid fucking looking character.
Awake again? Are we?
Whoa, mama. Okay. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. But that cutscene in particular, I'm gonna blow your minds here. Reminded me of cutscenes that you used to get when you played the very first Kingdom Hearts game. I don't know if it's like a Japanese vibe thing, but I've noticed that cutscenes, when they make them in like Asian games like this, are like super long and ethereal and so fucking vague, and they don't just tell you this is the shit you gotta do, this is what you gotta fix. It's like, it's some weird, it's like a drug trip.
Aha! The poor creature's fury.
I mean, it's Square
was
Enix,
kindled
fair.
with cruel
Fair, it's also Square Enix.
forethought. See this blade? I found it in the Gubu's back.
She found it in the Gooner's back.
I have seen knives of this kind before. They are most commonly used for the cutting of rope. It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion.
Hold on.
Piratical being the most probable.
Hold on. Did we need an entire voice line to tell us that knives can cut rope? What the fuck? How do you give me the world's fucking vaguest cinematic cutscene with a bunch of blue butt plugs floating around, and then she just shows up and she's like, ah yes, a knife. Did you know that these cut rope? What the fuck is this, Japan? What have you done?
In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction. I confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment of our victory. Mayhap a surfeit of ether?
That's also another Japanese meme I've noticed, right? I've been getting into anime. I'll be honest. I've been digging down the holes of anime. I've been trying to look into the stuff. There are some good stories in anime that I've been neglecting because I just called them Chinese cartoons for my entire life. It seems like the biggest fucking meme in Japan is that the main character or the character that's important for the story has these moments where they pass out, have some weird vision, they come back and everyone just treats it like passing out in the middle of the fucking road is completely normal. I will try Berserk at some point. I feel like Berserk is one of those animes that deserves attention and just sit down and binge the shit out of it. What is with the Japanese cliche of someone just passes out, has a vision, wakes up, and it's like, oh, and everyone around them's like, oh, that's pretty normal. Oh, you passed out. Okay, you're back now. Cool. You need to watch Baki. I'll do you one better, Grey Wolf. I didn't watch Baki. I read it. I read Baki. I went out of my way a few weeks ago to read all of Baki. What a bunch of fucking bullshit. What a bunch of wild bullshit it is. It's the funniest shit ever, because it's like someone's about to throw a punch and you get like a whole fucking history. Ah, yes, in 1972, an Italian man in France got in a fist fight with a guy called John Boyega, and he decided that instead of throwing a normal jab, he was going to throw a jab at an angle. And while that was happening, World War II was occurring, and the bombs dropped on Japan. And because of that, a wave traveled across the ocean, and at the moment of the strike of the jab, the shock wave hit the guy in France, and because of that he thought he had invented a new technique, not knowing the real power behind the jab was the follow-up cross. It took humanity another 25 years to figure that out. Anyway, here's Trump having sex with a giant muscular man. What the fuck was that anime? It got real weird. I gotta be honest, it got real fucking weird when you find out that Yujiro Hanma is just basically a fucking gay rapist. I feel like that part of the story could have been left out. I've also watched, I did watch Kengan Ashura as well.
Towering crystal? I'm sure I don't... Oh...
Bucky's go-to because it's retarded. I'll give it that. What makes Bucky so impressive is that it's so unapologetically retarded that you watch it and you're like, that's bullshit, but I believe it. that whole fucking manga that I read was just purely fucking, it was just pure suspension of disbelief. And I can respect it. I can't stand the Bucky art style. I'm gonna show you something I did. I wonder if I saved it. I just wanted to see something, right? So one of my favorite cartoons when I was a kid was Samurai Jack, right? Samurai Jack was a fucking amazing cartoon. And after reading Bucky, I wanted to see what would it look like if Samurai Jack existed within the Bucky universe. No, that's that. Oh fuck! I think I deleted it. Damn it. Yeah, I'll do a quick one. Me of Samurai Jack in the art style of the Bucky manga. I just wanted to see. I would be like, okay, what would Samurai Jack look like if he was in the Bucky universe? Because the muscularity, the attention to detail, the absolute fucking overplayed art of Bucky is actually really impressive. Right? It's really, really fucking impressive. And I'll be honest, the frames that man draws are real goddamn impressive. Yeah, that's about what I expected. There's Samurai Jack inside of the Bucky universe. The biggest fucking arms in existence. Looks fucking insane. And I gotta be honest. It looks cool as fuck. It does look cool as fuck. Not veiny enough. No, that's just because he hasn't activated his secret technique called Super Mario Brothers, where his arms grow twice their size and become all veiny and shit, and then he shoots a gun through his mouth. It actually looks sick as fuck. His art style is really impressive.
This has been a day of unexpected revelations.
Wait, I'm trying to get you unbanned. How many gay moderators do I have to fuck to get you unbanned from Guild Wars 2? All of them. You need to fucking suck all of them. Then again, they're probably dickless, so good luck with that.
I must continue my investigation.
Oh, shit, I just remembered something. You know what anime is really worth watching? I stumbled across this on pure luck, right? You know what anime was really, really fucking cool? Was Samurai Champloo. I don't even know if that's the way you say it. Champloo. Samurai Champloo. That one is such a fucking worthwhile watch. Oh my god, that was amazing.
In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business.
Do I have to tell him that it can cut rope?
The days ahead promise little rest, I fear.
There's probably a few Guild Wars 2 GMs that want to unban you. They got to support the softies in the workplace. No. Look, you got to think about it from the Hollywood mentality when it comes to Guild Wars 2 Blade Knight, right? There might be some people that want me unbanned who do work there, but they will shut the fuck up and say nothing because they know that if they ever voice an opinion that goes against the biggest bitches inside of the moderation team, what's going to happen is one of those people is going to go to HR and say this person raped me. And then they're going to lose their job. And they're going to have a black mark against their name. And then they're going to be in the deepest of fucking trouble. So no, that's never happening. They'll shut the fuck up and toe the line.
Under the light of the crystal.
What, you just leaving? They gotta bow down. Yeah, no, they're not allowed. You're not allowed to be interesting or entertaining or any of that. You're not allowed to voice an opinion. You don't do that. You have to toe the line. I'm not mad at those guys. I'm mad at everyone else for allowing those other pieces of shit to take over the office and ruin everything for everyone else. Let's just teleport there. When are you gonna make an anime review channel? I am not big enough of a weeb to know anything about the culture, the entire fucking insane, ridiculous amounts of fucking shit when it comes to anime. I just look at it from a story perspective. And there's this weird thing that I noticed when I started watching a few anime review channels. A lot of them do this thing, and maybe it's because I just don't understand it. But a lot of these weebs keep on defending the idea of children that they really, really want to fuck. And that really concerns me. I don't know if that's a universe I want to get involved in. Look at those luscious oranges brimming with nectar. They could drop any second. 3? You've got an entire field and you just wanted 3 fucking oranges? I just got this guy breakfast. If that lackadaisical lot of retired pirates comes down with scurvy, it'd serve them right. It just goes to show that you can't teach an old sea dog new tricks. You think the Admiral would know that. I've been watching anime since Wing Pokemon Transformers Sailor Moon. I don't know that anime, but goddamn, that's a fucking sentence. Or Eska Fln. Don't know that one either. Whichever came out first in NA. The only animes that were worth watching in South Africa when we were all kids was Dragon Ball Z, Death Note, and I think there were and Code Geass. But no one would admit to watching Code Geass because everyone called it Code Gay Ass. Okay, right, I'm glad to see you safely returned. My lads were all gabbing about hearing about... Fuck me, again with the pirate talk. What sounded like all 7 hells breaking loose near the grotto, and I feared I'd sent you to your death. If you were in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you'd risk your life for naught. Yeah, we found a main character. Here's a knife. Did you know it cuts rope? Oh wait, the other one that some people watched was Evangelion. Ooh, look, okay. Anime has never really done anything sexual for me. But the hot MILF who hands Shinji a beer? Oh. I was just at the age of puberty when I watched that. And I was like, where's the hot MILF to molest me? What do you mean? Where's my hot MILF? I had some real fucked up thoughts about that shit. A blade pulled from the back of a creature you slew at the cave, eh? No, I didn't pull it from that creature. I'd agree that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. I'm starting to think that these ruffians or pirates come to lure my farmhands back to the life of plunder. Chances are they didn't take kindly to your appearance or wait on their doorstep and set a maddened gooboo on you. Does anything beat Norn mommies? Maybe, but it's too early to tell. Potentially the bunny girls in Final Fantasy. Potentially. Either pirates have been adding to their numbers of late. I'd best warn the lads and lasses in my employ to be on guard against their schemes. I remember all the girls going crazy over Inuyasha, I think I said that right, and Sailor Moon. My wife has watched Sailor Moon as a kid, and she said that shit was peak. She essentially, the way she described it to me, where she said it's basically Dragon Ball Z, but for girls. With some mix of Power Rangers in there. You met someone else at the grotto, a woman with a strange contraption. She's been in Limsa Lamsa for a good while now. Her studies of the Aether often bring her out to Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you. Well, I mean, based on the fan art, not that odd-looking. But she's not the kind of associate with kidnappers. You may want to take my word for that. Where trust should be lacking is in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts. The temptation to return to free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have my thanks. If it weren't for the efforts of the stalwart adventurers like yourself, this farm would be in a far worse state than it is. I collected 3 oranges and handed you a knife, buddy. I don't think I did much for your farm. Just you keep on lending your talents to those in need. Bring Limsa the brighter future she deserves. I feel like I've taken all of you on a fucking anime arc here by mentioning the fact that I read Bucky. Sailor Mercury was my favorite because she knew the main characters so dumb. I know nothing about Sailor Moon and I have no interest in watching it. However, I do have a little girl. Not tied up in my basement. I have a daughter. And I get the feeling that at some point my wife is going to introduce her to that shit. I feel like that's going to happen at some point in time. My kid has already got taste, by the way. I've got to say this. I'm so proud of my little girl. She's got taste. Whenever she does get a few minutes to sit down and watch something, do you know what she wants to watch? She wants to watch all the cartoons from my era. She wants to watch Winnie the Pooh. She wants to watch fucking Sesame Street. She wants to watch Curious George. Every time we've tried to put on a new kids show that's like for her generation, she immediately doesn't give a fuck and leaves. She's like, I don't know what this shit is. I'm leaving. Get her to watch the good Avatar. I will. That's mandatory. That's absolutely mandatory. Sea Sloth Severin and his lot never around when there's work to be done. I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Round them up and let them know that Stalrun would like a word and don't take no for an answer. Okay, now we have to go talk to people. Alright. Well, I guess they're over here. Is it you? No. No, I don't think it's him. Who the fuck am I looking for here? Speak with the slacking yeoman. suppose they're out in the fields, picking cotton. Let your kid play Final Fantasy 1 and Dragon Quest 3. Currently, well, my wife plays games like Blasphemous and Breath of the Wild with her, and she's loving that. At some point, I will corrupt her by introducing her to video games. Work, huh? You are too much of a twink to be a pirate, buddy. Can't work when me hands are full lifting this mug. You know, I'd wager me last gill, you'd never guess what I'm drinking. Wine. Well, you're right about the swirl part. I'd reckon it might be worth a day of doing Stelrun's chores if it'll afford me a taste of proper grog. Okay. What is CSAM? No idea. I'm not sure that I want to know what CSAM is. Every time I see a C in an acronym, it gets suspicious. Now then, who the fuck else am I supposed to talk to here? There's someone here. Maybe him? You don't want to know. Don't tell me what to fucking do. What does... Yes, I did have to actually Google what does 6-7 mean. Fuck you. I'm old. CSAM stand for... I should have fucking known. I should have known. How is there... That should just stand for prison. That should just stand for you going to prison. That's what that should stand for. No. Why is there a fucking acronym for that? Why is that prolific enough that there's an acronym for that? Oh, Christ. No work ethic in these washed up lags. Oh, give me a second. That's fucking gross. Okay. Too busy living in the past to make a difference in the present. I'd hoped that pirate muscle, good use out in the fields, but I failed to reckon on their loafing pirate bones. So not him. Are they out here? Oh, there we go. There's one of them. What are you? Are you a child? You're the CSAM we were just fucking looking at. How am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Go on, have a guess at what I had for breakfast. Breaded sticks. How'd you know? It's on my breath, isn't it? If you can smell bread on someone's breath, you're either too fat or that was bad bread. It probably smells as wooden as the food tasted, but I'd know why you're here. I'd just as soon get some real food in me, but I ain't want to reject a summons from the captain. Okay, great. Fantastic. Now we're gonna fuck off and find the other ones. It's what content creators use for YouTube because you can't say it. Okay, that's why. Still, that's fucked up that there's a whole acronym for it. I can't believe people are just... I don't like that. I don't like that we try to like tone down language. Child porn is child porn and you should go to fucking prison and then deep inside the fucking wood chipper for any kind of child porn. Fuck that shit. You want to be a sick fuck? Die. I don't like the fact that YouTube does the thing where it limits people's languages and we have to talk about things in like these weird ways. I really hate that shit. It's so stupid. Should let your kid play Kingdom Hearts when she's old enough. If she can get past the shitty control scheme and if I can spin up an emulator for her, I will. Stallion sent you. What do you reckon I'd say to that? Saucier seeds to sow. Work is for the weak and witless. Damn right didn't get where I am by taking guff from any glorified gardeners, but I suppose I could see what he wants to get off my back. Okay, great. Get the fuck out of here. I'm surprised I haven't had to have a fist fight with any of these idiots. That they're just doing what I'm telling them to do. Don't try abbreviating cyberpunk. Yeah, no, definitely don't. You the old man's errand boy now. Tell my dear old captain not to wet his britches, I'll be along. Oh, and just so we're clear, I don't care for landlubbers. Go find the chocolate bow you rode in on and ride on out. I don't even have a mount. Fuck you, dude. Fucking thinking I have a car. George Carlin's right about the soft language. He's 100% right about it. I 100% agree with George Carlin's take on it. This whole softening of language is a really fucking bad idea. Is this an invisible wall? Damn it. Chocobo, not chocolate bow. It's the same thing. They could have just said the words orange ostrich. Or yellow, depending on the time of day. Okay, axes were made for splitting skulls, not stumps. You know what I did in my sailing days? Wanton slaughter. You bet your beard I did. Those were the days. I reckon now I'll have to be satisfied taking my axe to the trees. Fantastic. No one bitched. No one picked a fist fight with me. Haseo and Triage. I have no idea what the fuck that even is. What are you talking? You're just saying things and I'm feeling like I'm having a stroke. Choker bro. No, that's for later. That's for when I finally get into the Balmung server. I grew up being told I need thick skin to live in the world and learned lessons that reflect that. I don't know what the fuck the world is doing. You see, that's because your parents tried to prepare you for a rough existence. What they should have been preparing you for was how to be a victim and how to suck dick real good. Then you would get somewhere in life. You continue to impress. All but Severin are accounted for. It's no fault of yours he squirmed out. I've let that worm wriggle through my fingers more times than I can count. But rest assured, the next time I see him, I'll put him squarely in the dirt, where all such worms belong. Is there a like a talent tree system or any decisions I make at all whenever I level up in Final Fantasy? Or is like all of the leveling just automatic by default? There's like no decisions I make whatsoever. It just shits out abilities at me as I level up. There's stats on gear, but that's disappointing. That's a little bit of a downside. Classes all become this. That's real disappointing. That feels real low brow in comparison to everything else that they've made in this game. Let's see, what do we got here? That's better. Okay. That's also better. But that's intelligence, and we're not playing a smart character. Okay, pains me to say, but all the gil in the world can't buy loyalty. There are some like you who can be trusted, but then there are others. Until now, I've had no choice but to rely on the charlatan Severin, even though I am full aware he's been doing shady deals behind my back. More than once, I've heard tell of improper trading with goblins. I wouldn't be the least surprised if that were happening right now, not a bell ago. A sack of oranges vanished. If you can bribe someone with a bag of oranges, you're either talking to a homeless man or someone who's got a very low self-esteem, I say let the oranges go. I want you to find and confront the bastard for me. I'm sure there's wrongdoing afoot, so be sure to doubt anything that comes. Okay, so they highlighted the word doubt, so we've got to be like, that's bullshit. We got to Ben Shapiro him. We got to Ben Shapiro that motherfucker. Where the fuck is the... Okay, there we go. Is there a point nearby there? No. You should check toxic marriage. What the fuck is that? Final Fantasy is a heavy mechanics game, not min-maxing. Are the mechanics in the ERP? I don't care about min-maxing. What I do care about is customization. That is a factor that I do enjoy in MMOs. Where, like, you can make certain decisions that are, like, weird and wacky, and you're not playing, like, a standard template all the time. I feel like that's Final Fantasy's biggest downside so far. Fuck min-maxing. Fuck going onto a website and downloading someone else's fucking build into your character. Playing a game and getting choices in a build is like a huge aspect of MMOs to me. Bloody hells, I'm up the straight without a paddle. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Quest item. Doubt. I had to click that teeny tiny little fucking button next to the quest text that I found by pure luck. Read. No. I'm a WoW player. You expect me to fucking read? Okay, what is this now? Stellarun sent you for the oranges. So the old bugger had known all the time. What does it matter anyway? Listen, you're one of the goody adventurer types. Go rescue me mates from those double-dealing goblins. They're just over yonder by the bonfire. Can I doubt him again? Well, that's an ominous shadow. Where's his buddies? Up there. Or is it over here? Is this the guy? Okay, yeah. I thought I had to climb the cliff there. Okay. Oh, wait, there's another one. Man, these things go down easy. Severin sent you. The way he flew over there, I was sure he sold us down the river. Hold on. My multi-chat's acting weird. Let me just fix that real quick. I just realized that some of the kick messages are not showing up, and I'm not sure why. Let me just... There we go. That should work. There we go. Alright. Rescue the child, I suppose. If you hadn't come, my dodo would have been cooked. Oh, God. Fucking... At least you're talking like a child. I wonder if that makes you sexy to most of the Final Fantasy players. I owe you one. Would have gotten away myself if not for Severin shoving me aside. I wish we could get the DQ MMO here. The disqualified one? Don't even know what that is. You saved me, mates. For that I owe you. I suppose I should be ashamed I couldn't clean up my own mess. But a pirate knows no shame. I have no qualms about going back on my word. I'm only giving you the sack because I like the cut of your jib. Take it to Ossine. And send my regards. I thought we would get to kill him. Oh, Dragon Quest. Jesus, I haven't... Is there an MMO for Dragon Quest? I never learned about that. Japanese only. Well, that's why I didn't learn about it. Okay, let's see. Oh, what do we have here? Delivery from Summerford Farms as scheduled. There's a first time for everything. Cool. Well, look at that. Not a single one missing either. About the only things not here are those bagmen, and I don't miss them one bit. Here's Stelrin's payment in full. With you, I can trust it'll reach him. So I suppose I need to fuck off back here. And we can just do that. Fuck exploring the world, let's just teleport. Right, back to Grandpa Farmer here. Back in one piece, that's a relief. How did you fare? This is what I was aiming for. Looks to be all I was owed. Though I'd be telling you false if I claimed I had not held out more hope for Severin. I was even willing to overlook the skimming off the top, but to sell us all short in favor of those godforsaken goblins. You do well to mind yourself around that 2-gil cheat. If he'd leave his own mates for dead, there's no telling what he'd do to you. Okay. Well, more gear. What truly matters in this game is more gear. Yeah, there we go. Just letting you know, the first dungeon is at level 15 and the trial is at level 20. I mean, fuck it, I'll try it. Why not? I don't want to have another Guild Wars 2 moment where I start skipping over shit and then I was going to plan on going back to it later, but they decided I could go fuck my own ass. Oh, wait. I was supposed to be up there. I wonder, has anyone actually been banned out of Final Fantasy for chat behavior or anything that they've said in-game? I wonder if that's a thing. At this rate, the crops will never be ready for harvest. If only we had black loam. Just a bit could send our stalks soaring. Okay. I'll bet Jesus, these fucking names, man. Okay, I'll bet that person knows where to find some. Perhaps you might pay her a visit in the orchard. There are stories about bans. Okay, but were these people banned for exploiting the game or botting or something reasonable? Or did they say something and that got them in trouble? Did they say something like Japan needed a third nuke? And that got them in trouble? That's Gurkant. Got a head of cabbage if he thinks I'm fetching any of his black loam. If you dare to pinch some from the cook pot, then be my guest. Just mind you don't get trampled upon by the aurochs that dwell there. Once you've 3 bushels worth, take the black loam to Plefair at the tiller. He'll know what to do. Alrighty. You see, now this feels how a MMO should start, where you're like a literal nobody doing farm work, right? You're not like fighting the demon lord at level 2. Yeah, fuck those guys. Get the fuck away from me. Yeah, you get 3 warnings on your account before you get permabanned. Well, that sounds unreasonable. What happens to just permabanning everyone immediately on first offense? Disgusting. They don't exactly care what you say on stream. Well, thank God for that. Also, fuck this giant cow. Saying stuff in game has gotten people in trouble, but that's because you can't talk about mods in game. Okay, so as long as you say nothing about the mods, you're gonna be fine. So what I've got to do is I've got to find a mod and ask them if they've got a personal stack of CSAM on their PC. That's what you're telling me. I'm just gonna run away from that fucker. Mods is in modifications, not moderator. Oh. You can't, I'm talking about moderators. You can't start talking about modifications. That's confusing. Add-ons are TOS, but the game doesn't have anti-cheat and doesn't look for them actively. I would kill for a fucking add-on that would just be an AI voice reading all these goddamn lines. Okay, let's talk to... Okay, even the weeds wither and die in this desolate dirt. Hand over. There you go. I took the shit from the cows. But a bit of black loam ought to change that. I haven't seen any in ages. Gathering black loam's not work for the weak of will nor the weak of stomach. Oh, don't tell me Gurkhand. Fuck. Neglected to mention where the black loam comes from. Well, surely you figured it out. Yeah, it's shit. It's cow shit. It comes from the Aurochs lair of all places. Well, why dwell on who misled you about what? What matters is that your efforts have brought us the black loam and we can't expect a bountiful harvest. Thank you. What do we pick here? Leather? Leather. Man, they really did it with, like, overdid it with the, Where are those wristbands? There we go. That's good. That's the good shit. It exists, even text to speech. But, okay. You're telling me that if you use mods in this game, you'll get in trouble. But you're telling me there's also a mod for AI moderation. I mean for AI speech stuff. Also, what... Can anyone tell me what the fuck this thing is? What the fuck is that that's just sitting on my screen? Why is there just like a cow shit splatter just sitting there? What does that do? That's a class mechanic for combat. Okay. Very weird spot to put it. Looks like my monitor has cancer. Click the... Oh, there we go. Completely missed that. This symbol indicates the defensive stance Defiance is in effect, which increases enmity. You can view the job gauge description at any time in the actions trait menu. Okay. Gotta talk to this guy again. Okay. Bronze labia, a book, or stick. Okay, confounded pirates, they know nothing of tilling, only killing, stealing our shovels to melt, to forge into axes of all things. They're biting the hand that feeds them, the mangy mongrels. I'd love to teach those curs a lesson in obedience myself, if I hadn't sworn to Stalrun that I wouldn't fight no more. So I need you to bring back our farm tools and make sure those dogs reap what they've sown. Alrighty. You can customize the UI, but I'm gonna leave it there. I know I can customize it. I accidentally clicked that button last time I was streaming Final Fantasy. I'm gonna leave it there because I want to understand what the baseline experience of the game is. I want to see what this game does to a new player. Someone who's not gonna fuck with the UI, who's not gonna customize things. Where do they put everything? What does the game do? Also, what the fuck are these new abilities? Overpower. Delivers an attack with a potency of 110 to all nearby enemies. Hey, we got an AoE skill, finally. Significantly increases enmity generation. Okay, so I'm assuming enmity is basically Warrior's Rage, right? Press 6. Okay, so that's tank stance. Okay, that's stances. Okay. Okay, the World of Warcraft equivalent is a stance. Oh, I feel like I've overpulled. I definitely feel like I've overpulled. Let's see if you can handle this. I mean, it's not like most enemies feel like a threat anyway. And this guy's just chilling, like, watching his buddies fucking die. Doesn't give a shit. Am I done here? I think I am. I'm just fighting these guys because, well, fuck it. Okay. Let me get the fuck out of here. Enmity, you gain aggro faster. Yeah, so it's stances. It's defensive stance for a warrior, essentially. At higher levels, warriors are basically immortal. It's a good thing I chose a fucking warrior then. I wonder what those sea dogs will try and steal when there's no harvest. Good to see the tools back and in serviceable condition, which will be more than we can say for of Severin. When we get our hands on him, the wretch likely had a role in the theft. This Severin guy needs to be murdered. They just need to peel his skin off and kill him. Like, he's already been too much of a problem. These are pirates. They should have fucking keelhauled this motherfucker a long time ago. I couldn't care less if the wastrel won't work, but when he consorts with cut purses that take our tools away, he's crossed the line. Stelron ought to know what sort of scallywag he's dealing with. Take word to him. Cool. Back to Grandpa Farmer. That's better. Ah, fuck. I feel like I shouldn't have gone that direction. You need to play a Dark Knight. I don't even... Look, I don't know if there is race swapping in this game. I don't even know what the fuck a Dark Knight is. I've, like, barely started this experience. I gotta say, it's not bad, though. It's got issues, but it's not bad as a baseline experience. I wonder why World of Warcraft players, though, enjoy the baseline the Final Fantasy experience, and why the Final Fantasy players lose their shit over it and say it's dog shit. I wonder what the disconnect is there. You can make a Dark Knight if you reach the second expansion. Okay, well, I mean, I'm playing the free version, and they give you 3 expansions, so that's perfect. Pirates making off with our tools. Did well, matters into own hands. Last thing I need is blood on my crops. But I'll be damned if Severin thinks he can take us for fools. His treasury won't go unpunished. Give me that thing. Give me that. Give me that shit. Equip. Cool. Bigger axe. I've come to expect a great deal from you. You've never once let me down. Yet what I'd ask of you now goes beyond aught I've asked before. Would you hear my plea? Sure. Please voice acting. Please give me voice acting. Fuck. It eases my mind to have your ear. You've no doubt familiar with the scoundrel Severin by now. Well, the scheming scapegrace is at it again. Please, just speak American. Please, I'm begging you. Since the letter came from him, he's been skulking around about in a matter he does when he's up to no good. Now he's rounded up his rogues and buggered off with nary a word from anyone. I've grown accustomed to his insolence, but something tells me this is different. It ain't exactly damning, but when last I had words with him, he didn't look defiant so much as hunted. I can't help thinking he's gone looking for trouble and found more than what he wanted. So I was hoping you might hunt his sorry hide down and drag it back here before it's too late. The ungrateful little cur bites me every chance he gets, but I can't quite bring myself to cut him loose. You need to murder him. You need to chop his fucking head off. I suppose he reminds me a bit of my younger self. Chop his fucking head off. Suffice it to say, I'd rather he didn't come to a sticky end. As for how to find him, I'd try asking fucking Bushonda here at the Aetherite. She was the last one to see him. I dare say she'll be able to tell you where he was headed. And this is a real cutscene. It's not going to be voiced. That's just damn it. Don't give me all this fucking text to read. These Japanese people are trying to take me to fucking English class here. Fuck you. I'm playing a video game. I don't want to read a goddamn book. Right. Gwashonda, what do you have to say? Nothing that passes through those gates escapes my notice. I saw the Rouser and his rabble set out for Woad Whisper Canyon not long ago, singing about drinking themselves stupider. Cheeky sods said I should join them. I told them I'd rather shrivel up than sip whatever it was that had picked their... Fuck me. The center structure. Jesus. If you find the idle swine, be sure to give them a cuff round the ear from me, will you? For sure, the Dark Knight job quest is great. Well, hopefully I get that at some point. Just found out about the topic, you will. What does that even mean? Black Forest, explain yourself. Do you have any degree of how fucking retarded I am? You can ask the rest of these inmates in chat exactly how fucking stupid I am. So when you speak in vagaries like that, number one, I'm not going to remember it. And number two, I have no idea what you're fucking talking about. Can't talk about it anymore. What does that mean? I'm gonna be honest, I came to a point where I started skipping the non-voice cutscenes. No, I can imagine. I can imagine. Also, when do I get a mount? This world is beautiful and glorious, and I want to treat it like a loading cutscene by paying attention to none of it. steal his wife and he doesn't replace his wife with a body pillow last week. What are you on about? Alright, Taiki should send me on a fucking quest here. Let's just find out. Ah, damn it. Invisible wall. I was hoping I could skip that. There we go. What are you doing here? Of all the dirty, deceitful, downright dastardly deeds... I want you to know that this was probably done by that Koji Fox guy right there, that sense of alliteration. And I bet when he was writing that, he felt exactly like this. He wrote out that alliteration and he sat there feeling exactly like this. He felt exactly like that writing out that fucking alliteration. That slippery bastard's done. Okay. Claiming to take the lads out for a drink only to lead us straight into a bloody trap. It don't get no lower than that. Of course, I have learned to stay a step ahead of old Severin, so I was ready, but the others weren't so lucky. You've got to help him. That guy felt like a goddamn hero the day he wrote that out. It's not as bad as Dream the Dreams of the Dreamer I dreamed in fucking World of Warcraft, I'll give you that. At level 20, you get a chocolate bow. The ostrich acts as a mount. Thank God. Okay, so that's not too far off. I'm already like 9 levels away from that. My axe may as well have been a white flag for all the good it did. I hope you fare better, or the sorry bastards in there are done for. Okay. Oh, it's the child again. Severin might have got us into this mess, but I ain't about to let him give his life for us. I'd sooner bow to a fishback than be in that conniving fishback. These fucking pirates. Okay, level sync, level 13. Sure, why not? Oh, I didn't know we were fighting Minsk. A true knave, you betray even yourself. You see a scene like that, you start to understand why women play this game. We were prepared to overlook the matter of your desertion on the condition that you provided us with suitable replacements. That was the agreement. Okay, she's kind of hot. Yet your laser's change of heart leaves your debt to us unpaid. Few are they who betray. Fucking speak normal! The Serpent Reavers twice. You will not do so a third time. He's wearing assless chaps, isn't he? Cowering behind your protractor will only delay the inevitable. Honorless wretch, your life is all you have left. And worthless though it be, we shall take it. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry that this woke PC shit is ruining streaming, and I now fully understand why all the others are so cautious and afraid. Look, Black Forest, I'm not exceptional. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm not. I give it another 3 years, 3 to 5 years, and you're gonna see the pendulum start to swing back the other way. Because most people are currently, they find it socially unacceptable to do certain things, and they understand that they're gonna get shit for it. I'm too autistic and retarded, not exceptional, just retarded, that I'm not gonna couch my language in a specific way just for other people's bullshit. Right? Give it time. You will see. That pendulum will swing. And when it does, you're in for an entire new era of entertainment where people don't give a fuck about it. Okay, O mournful voice, grant ye this humble stone a soul that it may wake to life. Is this gonna be the... No, this can't be the anime cat girl. Also, thanks for the follow. Fucking... That's too many numbers. Just gonna call you L. It's easier. Mystery ninja who summons golems. I wonder if he's Jewish. Alright. Oh, that was nice. That was real nice of the golem. He just waited for me. Alright, well, that was easy. I wish there were more with your kind of humor. There will be. Black Forest, there will be. Think about it this way, right? They look at... you gotta look at niche communities, and you will notice it starts to become mainstream over time. So a good example of this is if you go and watch comedy. For a while, like 2 years ago or something, a whole bunch of comics were being cancelled because they made racial jokes, or they made very on-the-edge kind of jokes. And now if you look at comedy, you'll notice that there are a lot more comics who are very on the edge, willing to say things that are very offensive. They're not scared of people showing up at their show and saying shit, and then they can bounce off them and say even more offensive things, right? Slowly over time, that's going to change, and you're going to start seeing that streamers are going to start not giving a fuck about that, because they're going to start realizing that it is more important to give something entertaining than it is to try and get a paycheck out of some sponsor who's got like pussy ass behavior and refuses to sponsor someone for some shit like that. Give it a while. You will see. It's on the uptrend. I truly believe that. That golem could not be vanquished. Yes, it could. That man is no ordinary adventurer. That's right. My character's no ordinary adventurer. He looks like he belongs on the sex offenders registry instead. Good night, Wire. Go live your life. I mean, look at Peanut. You're 100% right. Look at Peanut. Because Peanut's probably actually one of the biggest reasons why things will be okay in the future, because he refuses to fucking buckle on people who are bitch-made enough to get upset about, people crying about him on Reddit. He is a fantastic sign for the environment healing. Snake slithered away. Where's your voice acting? I'm only glad he did not have the chance to sink his fangs more deeply into you. Another anime vision. I am the chosen one. These pirates do not belong to any known Lominson factions. Whom do they serve? The Beast Tribe? Surely not. But the timing of their appearance coincides all too neatly with the recent surge in Sahagan and Cobalt activity. Something is afoot. The question is what? Okay. As a completely neutral observer, I can see why this anime character with the cutesy hand taps and things, I can see why there's so many people who want to fuck this character. I understand. It's all the cutesy behavior and the pretty little face and the big eyes and the handlebars she's got on her head. I understand. Doesn't do it for me. I need a big bitch with wide hips. But I can understand why some people really have a thing for this character. Could it be that the tribes are planning to summon their primals? Bro, this isn't even when she's hot. That just makes it worse for later. 12 helps us. If it should prove so, Lumsa would be hard-pressed to keep single primal at bay, let alone 2, but all is yet speculation. I must find evidence. Fuck it, speak normal, please. I thought it was raining. It's just a waterfall. Yeah, no, I've kind of blocked out the rain. It's kind of calmed down a little bit. The seas continue to rise because the moon pulls the tide. Also, knives cut rope, while the lesser moon continues to fall. And Ilum by Ilum, no idea what that is, the world becomes even more unlike itself. It is as Louis Su foretold. I think, okay, I have one request for this. Whoever is gonna voice act out all these lines or put this through an AI, please give this character Chris Rock's voice. That's all I'm asking. Ruin this for people. Kill their bonus. The coming of chaos has returned the laws of nature mutable, blurring the boundary between the material and ethereal planes. Little now stands between us and the primals. Wait, don't look at me like that. That's creepy. But they're not here yet, though time be against us. Hope shall ever be on our side. Never did the creed of Shamalama Ding Dong ring more true. You see that background character, that big bitch that does it. That's way better. That's better. Fuck this character. Go back to that background character. Tell me more about her. Never did I dream that I would possess the means to see the Aether, yet now that I do, I begin to take it for granted. How swiftly do the wonders of Shamalama Ding Dong seem commonplace. Okay. Here for you. Have you come for the festivities? Today the Maelstrom officially makes the Great Hole in the Sea its training ground. Join in the celebrations. That's my catgirl wife. How do you feel knowing that millions of people around the world fantasize every single day about smearing their schlong across her face? I mean, she's a she in some of the porn. But in others? Man, her dick is huge. Wait, a disturbance in the etheric flow. Whence does it emanate? Seasong Grotto. Okay, so that's when she ran off to Seasong Grotto. Let's try Adam Sandler's. That's actually a better one. What have we here? Can you walk? Oh, we're just having a fucking vision. We're just being schizophrenic in the corner. Says I regrettably know he eluded me. Understood. I will inform the Commodore. No, she's got a two-way radio. You collapsed from your exertions. Are you suitably recovered? Severin here has apprised me of all that transpired. His account shed some light upon how you came to be attacked by a golem of all things. A golem is a mindless automation. Do we really need a description of what a fucking golem is? Inert, save when commanded to be otherwise, common pirates could not hope to control such a thing. So arcane are its workings. But then these tattooed wretches are no common pirates. They are the minions of a Sahagin. Who the fuck is Sahagin? Can someone explain to me who the fuck Sahagin is? As to their purpose, well, I shall get to the bottom of this. Yeah, you'll tell me what a golem is, but not who Sahagin is. Sahagin are a race. Fishmen. Okay, so the Polynesians. Got it. But first, I must escort Severin back to the place of employment. I dare say Stalrun will be wondering what has become of him. And you too, for that matter. I will bear word to him of your preservation, but I am certain he would like to thank you in person. Pray the man a visit. Okay. Pay the man a visit. Here. Is that a cat tail or a monkey tail? You'll never get close enough to find out. He told me of you, but perchance he did not tell you of me. My name is Yusto... Where's your hijab? You cannot be walking around like this. That is haram. You can't have a name like that. I'm a naturalist of sort, surveying the aether in hopes that it might offer up some clue as to our predicament. I'd say I owed you my life, but that don't cover it. If it weren't for you, my friends would be dead and all. 'Tis a debt I can never repay, but I'll not make things worse by running away. Take me to Summerfoot Farms and I'll face the consequences. Okay, gay boy, let's go. For reasons I cannot fathom, you seem forgive me, mayhap. We shall have a chance to speak again when I have marshaled my... And Mo, hopefully you've got voice acting when we do. Until our paths cross again. Farewell. She's the Ayatollah's daughter. She's trying to block the Strait of Hormuz. Someone stop her. Okay, teleport there. I can't believe it. You got it right first try. Which one? Yestola? That one's an easy one to get right. Let me breed her. Jesus Christ. You're trying to fuck a video game character. It's never gonna work. Okay, now that looks like a gay porn scene. I knew you'd return. Yestola delivered Severin a bit ago. Tales of your heroic deeds precede you. The rest came shuffling back too, the lot of them sprouting the same haunted expression. It's me who's to blame for that. Okay. I was once a serpent reaver. A thrall to the Sahuagin, 7 hells. Reavers may look and sound and act like pirates, but they're naught but the fishback flunkies. Us pirates ain't much for laws. But this guy's got too much K-pop, Korean hot boy energy to be a pirate. I'm sorry. But there is no pirate out there who looks this good. I don't know where the fuck they think that they could get away with giving him a fucking V-neck shirt that goes all the way down to the cum gutters and put a face like that on a pirate. The only pirating he's doing is in the butt. He's a butt pirate. I agree with you, Moonstone. Us pirates ain't much for laws. But there's things we won't do. We've got a code, see, but the Reavers never followed a word of it. A few years back, they started snatching law-abiding Laminsons. I'd only take my oath when our captain bent the knee to his new Sahuagin monsters. I knew I had to get away. The V-neck shirt is a uniform. What, in a fucking porno? Never once in my life have I ever seen a uniform that requires you to show your fucking abs. So I crept off one night, got myself a new name, found myself a new home, Summerfoot Farms. Trouble is secrets don't stay secret for long around here, and soon word spread all the way back to the sea. The penalty for desertion is death, but yeah, kill him. Kill him. Chop his fucking head off. He's done too much shit. He's gonna do it again. Chop his goddamn fucking head off. Reavers offered me a way out instead, my freedom in exchange for my mates. The letter. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't bloody thinking. Too busy soiling myself. The only Ayatollah I know is Lord Humongous. That's the only one you need to know. Aye, but you got there in the end, didn't you? When the time came, you made the right decision. The men say little to me, but I hear them talk of how you stood up to the Reavers. No, he fucking didn't. He just got the shit kicked out of him. What the fuck? It stood up? You were lying down. Of how you tried to give your life to save theirs. Be that as it may, no deed, however good, can atone for the crime of betrayal. Yes, chop his fucking head off. I know that. I'll do it. Come on. Come on. Game of Thrones his ass. That's why I'm going to hand myself over to the Yellow Jackets. I'll bring shame on the farm no more. You'll hear no arguments from me. Each man must sail according to his own moral compass. I just hope yours guides you back here someday. There will always be a place at Summerfoot Farms. I'll always be in your debt. Chop his head off. Fucking kill him. Kill him. That was like when a girl cheats on the guy that she's with, and she's like, but I feel so bad about it. Forgive me. I feel so bad. It's gonna happen again. Kill him. Kill him now. I owe you a debt. Not once have you let me down. Thank you for saving my man and my farm. If I could ask one more favor of you, it'd be this. Tell Bedarin what's happened from start to finish. I'm certain he'd put a good word in for Severin if he knew the whole story. And he's one of the few people I know who will let the Yellow Jackets listen to. Okay, I reckon I've asked all I can possibly ask for you. Safe travels. Alright, so that was the entire farm arc. Now it's fuck off back to the city. I don't know if you know, but EA added rentable cosmetics to Apex Legends. $75 US a year. Rentable cosmetics. What? Man, fuck me. Next they're gonna offer you a fucking financing plan. What rat fuck behavior? Jesus. That is the most predictable and scummy thing imaginable. And it coming from EA, that's what that just works with their fucking business model, I suppose. What rat pieces of shit. You know when I said that every single thing in the future is going to be a subscription service? Looks like we're on our way there. Looks like that's exactly where we're heading. Oh no, it's him again. Oh, he's gonna speak pirate to me. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Bloody L's. Life on the farm ain't quite how I pictured it. Ah, but ye needing worry about yourself over young Severin, the Yellow Jackets, and out punishments is a good mate o' mine. If I ask him nice, I'd recognize he'd be willing to communicate the lad's sentence from Angen to Keelhaulen. Do these guys not know what keelhauling is? Keelhauling is the act of a pirate being strapped to a rope that wraps around a boat. And then they pull the rope until it like peels off his flesh as he goes under the keel. That sounds much worse than hanging. Jesus Christ. When ANET bans him and he has to play another game with no void, oh, fuck off. I know that's a Guild Wars 2 link. I'm certain of it. I'm only honestly jesting with you. I'll see he's treated fair. Okay, that was a joke. Now it sounds like ye've done everything old Stelren asked o ye and more, justifying me generous finder's fee in the process. Much obliged. Fuck this guy. I never want to speak to him again. As for a reward, well, she's a lonely lady. This drowning wench of mine. Okay, I thought he was. I thought he. Okay. How'd ye fancy keeping her company for a spell with free room and board? Venturing's a trying business, after all. Them as don't rest their bones every now and again tend to end up with broken ones. And take it from me, fighting ain't nearly so much fun as you're nursing a shattered arm. Got that good? There'll always be a free bed for ye. So make use. I never want to hear from this fucking guy ever again in my goddamn life. Never in my life. Not that you'll have much time for lying around. Okay, just fuck off. Just stop speaking. A guild draws a manner of clients offering all manners of odd jobs. Honestly, you'd be amazed how much folk pay to avoid doing an honest day's labor. Just give to mockery. That's probably another character a lot of people want to fuck. A shout whenever you feel like making a few extra gills. She'll always have some tasks for ye to do. Oh, and it's all above board because you're wondering. We're careful to stay on the Admiral's right side. And yeah, unlike some pirates I could mention, if... Wait, I tell ye... Oh, fuck. I can't do it. I can't do it. Fuck this guy. Fuck. Now to make this joke complete, I'm just gonna not Google that second one. Fine, I'll click on your fucking link, Jimmy.
Is that all you got, nigga? Oh, no, nigga. That's just the tip of this iceberg.
I should have known.
Read, nigga! Read!
Fucking fuck this goddamn game and it's bullshit shitty pirate speak. Please let me speak to someone who fucking talks normal, please, God. Please, I'm begging you. We'll have time for such talk when you're well and rested. Till then, enjoy the wench's hospitality. Just get the fuck away from me. I never want to see this man again in my life. Ugh. You now have access to recommendations. The feature displays a list of quests and duties currently available in your area. Recommendation list can be opened from under duty in the main menu and will also be displayed automatically when you log in. If you find yourself unsure of what to do next, this tool makes it simple to locate activities suitable for your present class and level. Okay, so it gives you it's got side quests and it still gives you an activity thing. And now I need to speak to this fucking guy again. Oh, for God's sakes. Ah. How do ye fare? Rested and ready to expand your horizons. Well, then I have an idea. Mighty read. Have ye heard the skylift out in Middle Lanoskia? If you ever visited Woad Whisper Canyon, then you must have been up and down that thing at least once. It's that big bleeding scaffolding attached to the descent. You've likely seen lads and lasses out there oozing it to all cargo up the lift face. Odd labor. Fuck this guy. Just track down the Edo operation bloke by the name Wat die fuck sê jy? You're a motherfucker. Jy praat soos 'n fucking doos. You'll be sure to put your work on a task or two. Jesus Christ, he might as well have been speaking German to me. Not gonna lie, if it's not a blue side quest, it's not worth doing. So, okay, only do the blue side quests. So, this right here, level 10, Leaves of Sweat. You know what, I'm gonna focus on the main quest. When it stops me from doing the main quest, then I'll worry about everything else. Okay. That's all the way out there. We'll teleport back to the farm. I'll go from there. You're reading gibberish is painful. That, oh, fuck. I'm just gonna skip that guy's fucking, his speech impediment. I don't know where he grew up, but it wasn't in civilized society. You have a job quest available. I do? Where? That thing. Is that worth doing? Is that job quest worth doing? Yes. I 100% believe you. You better not be fucking with me right now. You know, I've never been into all the Final Fantasy stuff. I skipped all of that shit. I'm starting to think that was the right life decision. Right. Where's this fucker? Upstairs. I made the mistake the first 2 times I played this game. I didn't treat it with any reverence. Well, maybe I would treat it with a little bit more reverence if the fucking bartender didn't sound like he was having a stroke every fucking second word. Someone give me a mod just to change his fucking speech, please. No, that's the wrong area, isn't it? Yeah, that's the wrong area. It unlocks skills and explains how to play your class. Okay, so then it is worthwhile. It is actually worth doing. Now, if only I could find that fucking thing. That direction. I think. Is that the right direction? No. I'm on the wrong floor. If you had grabbed more Aether Crystal. Look, I haven't been touching the butt plugs. I'll be honest with you. I haven't been focused on touching any of the butt plugs. You know, what the fuck am I doing? There's this thing right here. What crackhead shit am I doing here? I'm sorry, I'm still having a fucking stroke. That guy's language throws me off so goddamn hard. It's like a flashbang to my fucking brain. There we go. This direction. Yeah, I figured it out. It was the winch. When I see a butt plug crystal, I will touch it. New MMO tomorrow. Check the MMO channel in the Discord. I'll take a look at it when I start playing Final Fantasy. Thanks for letting me know. Let's see what other garbage is out there, huh? Wishes to speak with you. Okay, what do you want? I've gathered information I could concerning the beast. Now I can't read normal. That guy fucked me up so much I can't read normal now. Concerning the beast, a young Sigurd bade you to slay. The tales name the creature Kujata. Those who have witnessed Kujata in the terrifying flesh also call him the Stampeding Mountain. Such is his immense size and bulk. Again, I will not seek to dissuade you from claiming vengeance for the boy's parents. In fact, I encourage it. But to topple this lumbering colossus, you must first become his equal in strength and ferocity. As a single step towards a distant goal, I send you to Blind Iron Mines. We have had word... You see, now I'm doing it. I'm going, we've had word that folk are falling prey to the claws of the local Galapagos. It is your task to protect the weak from these unruly creatures. Learn to channel the rage inside you and let your axe blades sing in righteous slaughter. Okay, thank God. At least I'm so glad that the Marauder trainer doesn't speak like that fucking character. Okay, what's the quickest way to get there? I could head that way. Or I could head here. I feel like I'm gonna be less lost if I just get the fuck out of here. Sanity's low after reading that bomb, and fuck me. I need more than medication, I need meth. After this quest, you'll be... I have no interest in thief. I live surrounded by thieves. That's my whole country is playing that class spec. So I think I'll pass on that one. If I want to do that in real life, I just have to walk outside and join a gang. Is there a button for auto run? No, that's walk. Damn it. Is it this one? No. Oh. Oh, there we go. There we, oh, that's a... Oh. Nice quality of life there. I think it's Numnock. No, that's World of Warcraft. That's the first key I tried to press. You can also move by holding both mouse buttons. Yeah, that's in most MMORPGs. World of Warcraft has the same kind of system. You use it when you're in PvP and you need to move fast while still tapping abilities and you don't want your fingers on W, A, S, and D. I know. I got deep into PvP at some point. Right. Run off this way towards the orange circle. Why be a thief when you can live in Africa? Yeah, well, you just said, why be a thief when you can be a thief? Okay, there's an orange... Okay, we've got to kill these things, apparently. I'm just running past them. We're just fucking murdering monkeys in the fucking fields for no reason. These things aren't even aggressive. I understand, it's an Asian game. They have the masculine urge to kill and eat everything that looks kind of humanoid. Kill 3 monkeys and go back home. Okay. What class are you playing? Marauder, I think. I'm not so much right now worried about the class I'm playing. So much as I am about figuring out what the fuck is going on in this game. I'm not... Okay, you see, this is confusing to me. Right? This is one map that I could potentially click on shit with. But I can't click on shit. This is another map that indicates the singular point I'm going to. And then I gotta click on the butt plug in the middle here to go to the specific area that I'm supposed to go to. Marauders Guild. There we go. I love this game, but it has one of the worst MMO maps. I don't know. The MMO map is not so bad as the icons on it because I'm old and retarded, so I'm not catching on very fast. Oh, welcome back. Your actions have saved many from needless injury and anguish. We were killing monkeys that weren't even aggressive out in the fucking field. What do you mean? But though your efforts are to be commended, there's yet much work to be done. Kajata, the object of your vengeance, has trampled a farmer's wagon as he thundered through the lands of the Tiller's Rest. The foodstuffs spilled from the overturned wain have attracted all manner of hungry predators. Without produce for the market, the farmers will surely suffer coin for this reason. Your duty thus is to put down these rapacious scavengers and preserve the cargo. This man's just sending us out to kill random shit out in the fields. Oh, fuck, I'm broke. Shit. I've just been using the teleport. I thought it was free. I forgot you gotta pay money for that. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Wait, hold on. There's a butt plug here. Can I use the butt plug? Vendor your bronze pieces. I will when I find a vendor eventually. Alright. Where's a vendor in this game? I just passed one. Too late. Well, it's too late for that one. I think I remember there being vendors in here. Nope, 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 nope. Not that one. Was it you? No, that's a quest. Is it this guy? Can I sell shit to you? No, I don't think so. Supplier. Here we go. Okay. Okay, fine. How much money do I have? Is that my money? Shit. I don't think I have enough. Can I sell these? Are these worth anything? You forgot the bronze piece, did I? Shops. Myriad is selecting sell. Okay, great. Where's that bronze piece? Wait, is this specifically for selling or is this important for something else? Stop taking... I'm driving you nuts all the time. Welcome to how a new player has to figure shit out. I have... Okay. I have barely enough. Barely enough to teleport my fucking dumbass over to that other place. So if I go there, I go back here. Sell all. Okay. Okay, so all of it's worthless to me. Where's the sell all button? This is a Japanese game. I know it's somewhere. Oh, fuck it. I'll do it one at a time. Okay, useless garbage out of the bag. I still don't know if it was enough. Fucking menus. There we go. Use return. I forgot I had return. I forgot I had the return button. I've been wasting a bunch of fucking money not using the return button. I forgot that I had that. Shit. I completely forgot that the Hearthstone was on the bar here. I played Scars. I hated how jank it felt. It feels janky, it feels generic, and it's not offering anything unique to the MMO player base that's gonna overcome the argument of why would I play this when I can play something else. That's its biggest issues that I see so far. Right, I feel like the devs have an opportunity to make something special and unique, but I mean, I've said that about a lot of MMORPGs that end up fucking dead. So yeah, there's a lot of problems with Scars. And you can't really judge the game in its totality in an alpha state, but you can tell the fucking direction it's going. That's the biggest issue. It's really hard to ignore. Wanting to just drop a few... Yeah, don't waste your money. When I get banned, you'll have wasted all of that, just like in Guild Wars 2. I hope you all learned a valuable lesson about giving me shit when I got banned in Guild Wars 2. Oh, there's more. I need to move this up here. I need to keep this over here. There we go. That's a bit better. Oh man. I just realized, because of the global cooldown, you actually have to make a decision on what's the right ability to press next. You can't just spam whatever fucking ability is off cooldown. Wildbrain's gonna kill me on this. Okay, Wake of Destruction. Go back to the guy after killing 3 ducks in a field. Hit the return button and don't waste 100 money on fucking just... Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, rub the butt plug in the middle. Go to the Ethernet. Marauders Guild. There we go. I'm slowly getting it. I'm slowly understanding. Some classes are very punishing if you break your flow. Hopefully not Gladiator. Once again, your capacity for carnage has been tested and proven. The creatures you defeated, however, merely some of the many base scavengers that subsist on the scraps left in the wake of Kajata's rampages. To face Kajata himself, you yet require more training, but do not despair. As Axe Master and fellow Marauder, this I swear I will not rest until I have taught you how to wring every last ounce of power from your weapon until the blade of your axe can slice cleanly through the thickest hide, the most knotted muscle, the densest bone. This menace will fall by your hand. You may find yourself drawn to explore the possibilities offered by other disciplines and guilds. These distractions are inevitable and perhaps necessary, but I urge you to soon return to the path of the Marauder. I do not wish your edge to dull just as you begin to show such potential. Fare you well. So we don't even go kill the fucking monster. He made us kill 3 monkeys and 3 ducks out in the field. Motherfucker. Okay, which one of these is going to be most useful? Probably the gloves, right? Probably those. What? Where'd the gloves go? You now have access to the armory system. Quests to unlock the other classes can be undertaken by speaking to the receptionist in the corresponding guild. I don't give no fucks about that right now. There exist myriad disciplines in Orzia that adventurers can take up for the most rewarding experience. However, it is recommended that you first focus on mastering your current class. That's my plan. Unlocking classes. Access to the armory system. Quests to unlock other classes can be undertaken by speaking to the receptionist in the corresponding guild. So if I switch to a different job class now, do I go back to level 1? Does it take me back to the beginning and then I have to level up that thing from level 1? Yes. Shit. I'm sure this exists. I'm 100% certain this exists. I am 100% certain that Final Fantasy players have figured out some fucking way to ultra boost levels at some ridiculous rate. Is that true or not? Jobs from expansions don't start at level 1. Okay, so ignore all jobs. Be unemployed until the expansions. Not really. Yes, it's called the Palace of the Dead. Okay. So there is kind of a way that people level boost themselves. Where'd those fucking gloves go? My character looks gayer by the day. I figured the gear would get better. It's not. It's getting worse. Yeah, like the deep dungeon, I think. Never did it, though. Okay, doing roulettes and some side things that speed it up. Okay, so there's kind of a way, but not really. It's like a halfway there kind of thing. Not really. Okay. Okay, so you still have to play the game. Unfortunately. How dare these fucking guys make you play the goddamn game? Disgusting. Sickening. Can I even... I can't afford that. I cannot afford to teleport. Fuck. I've got to use the fucking Shoelace Express now. Now, how the fuck do I get out of the city? I've forgotten already. Okay, head straight. Enjoy walking, broadcast. I bet you say that to every fucking person you meet on the bus. Stop being poor. I'm trying. It's not working in-game or real life. It's just not fucking working out. God damn it. You get a rare as fuck mount there. When that one of those dungeons that people used to like kind of boost their way there. If you want to change the look of your character at some point after level 17 story quest, you can do a quick side quest that gives you a free character remake. I'm not interested in changing what my character looks like. It's sunken in too deep. I look like discount pedophile Johnny Bravo, and it's gonna stay that way. The gear, however, I bet that the gear, based on what I've seen already in the main city, ranges from the weirdest shit imaginable all the way to some cool as fuck looking stuff. The fuck part is that when you were talking about becoming a content creator way back, I knew you would need to change yourself for the sake of platforms. I'm not going to. I refuse. I'm not gonna fucking do that. That sounds dumb as fuck, because at some point, even if I tried that, Cyro, I would slip up at some point. You gotta remember, right? This comes with the autism, right? When you suppress behaviors for long enough, it like builds up an enraged timer, and at some point you're gonna fucking snap, and you're gonna lose your goddamn mind. Right? You will break whatever character you're pretending to be. And the autistic fucking spaz fit that I would go into would get me banned everywhere immediately. So that wouldn't work. Rather, it's short spurts of autism versus one giant waterfall that fucks up everything. Okay, Betarin sent you, did he? Then consider yourself welcome at the Skylift. Look at that bloody cliff. I can't, I'm stuck. One blast of fiery hell from that huge dragon was all it took to split the ground in half. Cargo still needs to get through though, so this mess of wooden pulleys was our solution to the problem. One of them at least, if the gods were kind, and they ain't, I'd have a dozen more workers to handle me growling list of headaches. Oh, nice. Strong pants. I'll take that. Give me those. What else you got? Glad I'm seeing you again. A wagon driver just returned in a great bloody hurry, screaming about some monstrosity what sprang from a million corn seedling in his cargo. Seems the gutless bastard tossed it over to the side before turning tail and running for his life. I need you to head down the road, recover the seedling, and deliver it to Lyulf over at Swift Perch in Western Lanaskia. Whatever he pays you for the cargo is yours to keep. After all, I don't rightly know what else is lurking inside that plant, and you deserve to be rewarded for your troubles. Oh, and you'll also find an Aetheryte Swift in Swift Perch, so the journey should be worth your while. Okay. You either microdose your autism or become Kanye. Exactly. I'm almost 100% certain that Kanye West has like, he's got like some form of Asperger's or some mental illness that he's been suppressing for long enough that one day his head just popped off the fucking pillow and he was like, God damn, I love Hitler. And then it just went all downhill for that fucking guy. You got to do it little bursts at a time. Otherwise, you end up being Kanye West. It just goes bad. Imagine a procedurally generated dungeon that's over 100 floors deep. Every floor is randomized and there's some mechanic specific to it. That could either be incredibly fucking boring or incredibly fucking interesting. That's gonna go one way or another. What's the biggest rage moment did you have during a raid in WoW or another MMO? Okay, so in MMOs, not really, right? I kind of lean into the problems of MMOs. It's like a playground for me to exist in. Most of the time, I've spent my time getting other people to fly into a wild fucking rage playing MMORPGs. Like, insanely, like, it's been insanely entertaining for me to play MMORPGs my entire life and do my actual best to try and piss people off and watch them lose their minds. I used to be such a fucking bastard playing this game while I was growing up. Or playing any MMO while I was growing up. The biggest rages I've flown into, autistically, were in real life. So, like, I remember I went on a school trip where they take you out to camp and all the sexy kids get to sleep in the priest's room. And I remember I came back after that camp and my mom had reorganized my bedroom, right? And all she'd really done was she changed the curtains, she moved where my bed was, and she moved one of the bookshelves. And I was inconsolable for an entire fucking week. Like, realistically, logically, it shouldn't have bothered me. But the fact that I left for 2 days, came back to my house, and my bedroom was completely reorganized, I was fucking mad. I woke up angry every fucking day for a week at the fact that shit had moved. I remember my dad beat the fuck out of me because I woke up one morning screaming in a rage at the fact that I'd had the shittiest night of rest for my life because my bed was in the wrong position. Do your parents ever watch streams? Well, my mom's dead, so that's not happening. My dad is a 70-year-old man who's telling me about Linux, so the concern is there. But I don't think my dad's watching streams. He's too busy preparing for the apocalypse right now. My dad is convinced that the world is gonna end. And so he's too busy prepping like a crazy person. He's building bunkers and shit in his backyard. He's not too worried about that. So I don't think he's gonna bother ever being able to try and find streams on YouTube or Kek or something like that. So I'm lucky in that regard. I will tell you this though, for a little while, for a short little while, my dad went down the Ben Shapiro rabbit hole and he was like watching every single Ben Shapiro video. And what he would do is, because he watches YouTube on like on a couch, right? He watches it on a TV. And so every single time he would sit there and watch like 7 Ben Shapiro videos in a row. And after every single video, he would just sit there as an old man and be like, something's not quite right about this Jew. Because, you know, old people have no filter. And he would be like, he would religiously watch everything that happens. Like, nothing he's saying is wrong, but something's not right about this Jew. And he would say it in such a threatening voice. It was the funniest shit to watch. He's like, something's off. My senses are tingling. I think your dad might have been a Kanye fan. I don't know if he even knows who Kanye is. He's like, something's off. Something's happening in the background that I don't quite understand. I know it. He's asking for a fall. He's climbing too high up the ladder. Something's gonna take this man down. It was incredibly entertaining to watch. Now, what the fuck am I doing out here? I'm by the quest marker. Recover the million corn seedling. Okay, where is the fucking million corn seedling? What am I missing here? You should have told your dad Shapiro was a cut. Well, this is the thing, is my dad's looked into influences, right? He had like a little... My dad goes through like eras in his life. Oh, there we go. There it is. Where he'll like binge on something and he'll come to an opinion on that exact thing, and then he just won't change his mind about it no matter what happens. Yeah, I wasn't fucking looking iconic. I was completely missing that shit. I was too distracted by telling you about my dad. He does this thing, and like he does this thing where he'll like watch an infinite amount of content on one thing, and then his opinion is boiled down to one sentence, and there's nothing that you can say that will change his mind ever, and then he just carries on with his day like nothing happened. I don't know what this boomer behavior is, but it's really funny to watch. Okay, now we gotta deliver this thing. Where we gotta go for this? Map. Oh, we gotta go to a new area. Maybe it's the thing that... Look, I wasn't paying attention, okay? I was telling you about my dad. He has the pattern recognition. You know what? I think my dad has some severe pattern recognition strapped to him. And he doesn't say everything that he's thinking. But he says enough that you can kind of figure out where he's going with things. Oh, this is a new area. I didn't realize we were going to fucking Wallachia. My dad sounds cool. He's kind of chilled out in his old age. He's not nearly the kind of angry person he was when I was younger. Man, he beat the fuck out of me a few times. Whew! When I was younger, he was a very angry person. Now it's kind of like more like a simmering anger. And it's more like I would do something about it, but I don't give a fuck right now. Back to building my bunker under my house. Has Nymeia herself forsaken the desolate land? Though I understood there were risks in gambling my entire fortune on a million corn, I at least expected the seedling to be delivered. Well, guess what? That's what we got for you, bud. I get that, but I'm black. I'm not even black, that's the thing. I'm just a third world white, so same kind of range, I suppose. Is that my million corn seedling? Oh, joyous day. It may seem a paltry beginning, but the yield of this particular variety of crop is nothing short of astonishing. As you have undoubtedly noticed, Swift Perch lacks a certain, shall we say, vital energy. Thus, I mean to restore a modicum of hope to its residents by growing a veritable ocean of corn. You, sir, seem fit to burst with vim and vigor. Might I persuade you to abide a while and help nurture this ailing settlement? I will say this though, right? It's not like my dad had this inborn anger out of nowhere, right? My parents never beat me. Oh, you're the youngest. You got away with it, hey. You got away with it, 600. Yeah, very fucking lucky with that one. So, I will say this, right? My dad was a surgeon, right? He was a highly qualified surgeon. And it's not like his anger came out of nowhere, right? Because what would happen is, because he's like a cardiovascular surgeon and he also did liver and lungs, a lot of the time, he would be the only one who would take up surgeries that would actively be detrimental to his job, right? So, my dad has this thing where none of the laws of mankind apply to him, but because he took the Hippocratic Oath, that is like his baseline. The Hippocratic Oath means something to him, and every other legal system like beyond that means fucking nothing. And so my dad's entire career was essentially filled with doing surgeries that other surgeons refused to do because the chance of survival was below 50%. Right? So most of the surgeries he ended up doing were on high-risk patients like children, like 2-year-olds, like 5-year-olds. My dad's like one of the only people who managed to do a surgery where he took one liver, cut it in half, and put that liver in 2 patients, and both of them survived, right? And my dad's big problem was whenever he did these surgeries, he knew that the risk of the patient surviving, like their risk of death was like 70% or higher. And I could always tell when he had operated on a kid and the kid died, because he would come home in the most miserable fucking mood imaginable. Like, he would be pissed off for days. So it's not like he was just angry out of nowhere. He was just royally pissed off most of the time, because when he was asking for assistance with surgeries on kids and stuff, most surgeons would say, nah, fuck off, this will damage my career if this kid dies. And the inborn rage he built up over time, over the fact that a bunch of surgeons had taken the Hippocratic Oath and then refused to follow through on that, just drove him nuts. I do think that my dad may have undiagnosed autism because of that, though. I genuinely think he's probably got autism. Also, there's a bunch of other race stuff that happened to him. I don't know if I want to talk about that because, like, you know, I don't want to get him in trouble. He's been in enough fucking trouble in his life throughout his career. How is getting Tekken comboed by someone twice my age getting away with it? Because it wasn't your parents Tekken comboing you. You got the lighter punishments. They were just passing it down. Talk about it? Fine. Fine. You know what? Fine. My dad used to be a highly qualified surgeon. He became a professor. He worked at multiple universities in South Africa. My dad refused to pass anyone to get a medical degree unless they passed his courses, right? And the thing is, if you're a professor and you fail someone, they have to retake your course, or you know, then they're never going to become a doctor. My dad failed so many people because he felt like most medical students are weak retards who read the book and memorize things as opposed to actually learning. So he would hit them with questions that they didn't have an answer to. And like, I've seen the way my dad marked papers back in the day. He would like give them like a 1 out of 100 after scanning through what they've written, because he was like, fuck you, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You read the book and you just shit out what an old medical textbook told you. You did no research, you did no work, you didn't look at the most recent information that's out there. It's freely accessible. What the fuck's your problem? You're trying to be a surgeon, but you've got no want to actually do things. You just read a textbook from the 1980s and shit the answer out at me. So you can fuck right off. Right? My dad started failing so many people that he got pinged by the university. The university told him, listen, you can fail as many white, Indian, and Asian students as you want. But you will, if you want to keep this job, at least pass 50% of the black students. My dad's response to that was to lose his fucking mind, go nuts, and say, you can suck my fucking nuts from the back. I will not pass a single goddamn student who is not good enough to be a doctor. I do not give a fuck who they are. And because of that, he was no longer a university lecturer. Because he refused to work on race-based quotas. He then got called a Nazi. He then got called a racist. He then got called, like, all these fucking names. Because he's the evil old white man who refuses to pass anyone. That's corrupt on the university part. The university is getting instructions from the government. Right? So, it's not even the university doing it. The government is saying we will cut funding unless you pass a certain amount of black students, right? And my dad had don't get it wrong. One of my dad's favorite students was this black guy who was just fucking hyper obsessed with being like a perfect, surgeon. And my dad used that guy as an example of the kind of person who should have been a surgeon. And he failed everyone else. But he refused to work on race-based quotas. And so then all of a sudden he went from being a professor to not being a professor anymore at a university. So he went back to surgery. He started doing practicals for surgeons. So people would sit in on his surgeries. He would bring in certain students who'd already passed university and put them through things. He then got put on a hospital board. I'm not going to say the name of the hospital that did this, because there's a few of them that got fucked up. And he started telling people, look, if you cannot perform the most basic surgery of stitches and stuff like that, why the fuck would I let you near organs? He then got in trouble with the universities, and they started calling, it went through the same, not the university, with the hospitals. They started calling him a racist and, a bastard. And he was like, look, your students can't fucking do stitches on an open wound. What the fuck do you think I'm gonna do letting them near a goddamn heart? And then eventually the pressure got so bad that my dad was like, fuck it, I'm retiring. Fuck all of you. You've royally screwed up this entire fucking medical industry in this country. You take bribes. I've seen all the bullshit you pull. And if you want a good example of this, and you want to understand how bad things got, you can look up the Netcare organ donor scam, where what a hospital was doing was they were taking bribes from Israelis and Brazilians to trade organs for money, which is highly illegal in this country. The hospital admitted fault and then threw all the doctors under the bus who had no idea that these backroom deals were going down, and said that all the doctors and nurses and all the coordinators were in on it. And I think that's the moment my dad fucking broke. That's when he was like, fuck this is all broken. Everyone who goes into surgery is gonna die. And guess what? Today, in South Africa, if you try and get an organ transplant, your chance of survival is 1 in 7. 1 in 7. It used to be, of every 7 organs within any given month, your chances of survival used to be 6 out of 7. It was that moment that broke my dad. And the other thing that broke my dad was that he was the one who was forced by the government to, for free, give a politician a liver that was intended to go to a 5-year-old child instead. He did a surgery. You can look this up. If you look up the name Mantu Shabalala, my dad was the one who did the surgery on her. She stole, because of her alcoholism, she stole like 3 organs, destroyed all of them, drank herself to death anyway, and those 3 organs that were meant to go to actually kids who'd been waiting years of their life in order to get those so that they could actually live their life because they had, you know, damaged livers as kids. Yeah. That broke him as well. She basically skipped the waiting line, which is years long, stole a bunch of organs, damaged those organs, needed a new transplant, forced the surgeons to do that for free, and then killed a bunch of people. Welcome to South Africa. Why do you think I want to get the fuck out? And there's nothing more that broke my dad than watching kids die. My dad fucking hated that. That was like a thing that drove him nuts. That's why he used to smoke like a chimney as well. Okay, anyway, moving on. It cannot possibly be bright enough to guide the ship sailing by the bay. Okay, I kind of missed that first text one. I would march over the lighthouse and investigate myself, but I am duty-bound to remain at my post. I would consider it a favor if you could make a visit to Brewer's Beacon and see if it ought have befallen Kanswis, the lighthouse keeper. Alright, another runaway to some other fucking region. Where are we off to now? This map tells me nothing. Oh, there. And where am I by... Okay, that's not too far. Your dad stuck to his principles. I respect the hell out of people like that. No, I can respect my dad for that. Man, it put our family through fucking hell, though. It really did. A lot of the time it did. And he was angry a lot. He was a very angry man for a very long time. Your dad sounds based as hell. He is kind of based as hell. He's actually a very smart guy. But his principles fucked him up multiple times. He's a really based old man, and he's really, really difficult to talk to for most people. Because he doesn't, like, change his words or the way he speaks to anyone. He's just a fucking bastard to whoever he speaks to. It's really funny to watch. Oh look, not everything's on the global cooldown now. Now I've got multiple abilities to choose from. Very nice. Gotta run. Well, thanks for stopping by, Grizzled Nuts. I hope one day they're less grizzled. You guys noticed the local Jew got quiet once we started talking about your dad noticing things. I don't know who the local Jew is. What, you mean Fielter? Fielter's probably gone. He's probably not here right now. He's got a life to live, just like everyone else. And you say a Yellow Jacket sent you here. Me lights grown dim has it. Well, of course it bloody has. The bomb, what fuels me furnace, has up and buggered off, you see. If I don't get that beacon fixed up soon, we'll be in trouble on the water. I know you're just a messenger, but I can tell an adventurer when I see one. Again, another fucking pirate motherfucker. I'm gonna need you to chase down the bomb and bring back a claw, which ye ripped from its smoldering corpse. Take this here iron brazier and set her down in the middle of the flock, somewhere near the scarecrow. I'd say you get a nice fire going, that frisky bomb will soon be out. Watch you don't singe your eyebrows. He's talking about that bomb like it's sentient. My dad, unfortunately for my dad, he's a like highly principled guy. And he very often gets confused with being a racist. Just because he just doesn't take shit from people. doesn't know. What do you fucking mean? Use? That scarecrow's got a fat ass, I've got to say. Set, okay. Light the brazier. What the fuck is that thing? That's not a bomb. That's like the thing from Howl's Moving Castle. Oh, well, it went down like a bitch, so it doesn't matter. Do people goon to the scarecrow? I wouldn't be surprised if they do. That's a bomb in the Final Fantasy universe. What the fuck is Giant Crab doing here? Alright, well, fuck it. I'll kill him. Why not? I feel like this game does get better once you get more abilities. I don't know if that's just me, but it seems like you've got a lot more to do than you do at the lower levels once you kind of level up and you've got a lot more buttons to press. It starts to feel less turn-based. Alright, let's kill you. Let's kill your ass. Come here. Jesus, you got a lot of health. Oh, he's just got health. He's not that big of a deal. You keep untargeting it. I know. It's wild brain. I keep thinking I could just re-tab onto it by slapping an ability. Because WoW's got this thing where if you hit an ability, it auto-tabs to the target in front of you. Yeah, this guy's not a big deal. He's just got a big bunch of health. You want to curse Mississippi, just punish it for existing. Yeah, no, there's no way. Yeah, sorry, I missed that message earlier, Iconic. There's no witch doctor that's gonna fix your fucking problems if they can't fix the problems in this country. They're just here to steal money and make people feel like their dick is getting bigger. Yeah, this really does play like a turn-based thing. I bet I can do this with one hand. I do feel like the challenge that you get as a new player is incredibly on the low end when it comes to combat. It really doesn't seem that high. It honestly, it seems a little bit on the low end. I wish that initial early game combat was a lot higher. Final Fantasy XIV copying A-Net boss recipe from the last expansions. Maybe. I don't know, that felt Zaitan fight level. Okay, all you need to do is take down that runaway Brom. Bring me one of its little claws. Okay. Well, here you go. I promise you don't judge combat this early. Well, I have to, right? This is what a new player would go through. Initially, this is exactly what a new player would go through when they're going through this experience for the very first time. Ah, you got the Ashy Bastard. Once I put this little firecracker in the furnace, this should keep things running for a while. I had myself a bit of a look while you was gone, and Lemayan cursed me. If the furnace weren't all bent and broken, small wonder the bloody bomb was able to escape. I patched things up. Okay, so we're using sentient creatures for slavery now. That's what I understand. But I ain't no Smitty. You might want to have a chat with the yellow jacket friend of yours in Swift Perch and have him pass the word back to someone in Limsa. Alrighty. So run back to the guy over there. Did you see the combat showcase video? I haven't. Wait, this is Dark Souls 3. Why is the crab not attacking aggressively with Exactly. Exactly, Black Shadow. That's the kind of combat level I want. I want that crab to beat the fuck out of me. I want that crab to make me shit my pants and hit all my panic buttons to stay alive. Combat is way more combat heavy than WoW. It's why WoW is starting to steal Final Fantasy. Well, WoW is starting to steal mechanics from every other MMORPG because they're creatively bankrupt as fuck. It seems to have another favor to ask of you. Take yourself straight away to the Armorers Guild in Limsa and explain the situation to Forge Master. That person. Alright. Alright, I just checked the time. I'm a little bit overdue. I think this is exactly where I'm going to end off. I think this is the right place to end off the stream. I gotta say this about Final Fantasy, right? Of the MMORPGs that I've played so far, Final Fantasy and Elder Scrolls Online seem to hold my interest the most, right? It's hard to decide currently between the two of them which one I would prefer playing, right? Final Fantasy has a lot more nostalgia towards me because, well, I played World of Warcraft Classic during its peak era, all of that shit. Elder Scrolls Online is interesting because of the story. I can't decide which one I like more currently, so I'm going to keep playing both. Obviously, I've got other things I'm going to be doing on stream. I've also realized something, right? One of my biggest issues is not consistency. It's technical issues. I have to find a way to solve all my goddamn technical issues so that I can stream every goddamn day. Because I'm fighting internet connection problems and cable thieves and electricity issues and a whole bunch of other bullshit. So, I'm gonna fuck off now. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. I'll see you fuckers later. If I can, and I'm not having internet issues, there will be a stream tomorrow. So, goodbye, fuck off, go live your life. I don't know what you're doing here. Disappear.
Boot up the client again, queuing with my last and brain cells. I swing a sword at a crab like that should tell me if this is hell. The UI glows in my face, too many bars, too many names. I know the zone looks cool, but I got lost in the tutorial phase. Is this the good one, or am I just warped? Been rolling in as a Roth till my compass got short. Am I lost or is it good? Good. Am I lost or is it good? Good. I can't tell the map from mood, been too deep in one for good. Good. Am I lost or is it good? Good. I keep nodding like I should. Some guy says follow me, I do, then I'm under a bridge. There's a Moogle in a hat that somehow fixes everything. The zone music hits right, then I pull 3 mobs and crash. My old instincts say tank that, but my new hands say no, that's trash. Maybe it's me now, maybe it's the grind. I've seen so many quests, I don't trust my own eyes. Am I lost or is it good? If fun means fresh,